Semifinal. All right, you can turn me on. Good morning, everyone. This is the semifinal, the first game of the day, between the Philly Johnettes on your left and the Texas Lady Rattlers on your right. They are currently waiting for, I think, the referees to get their affairs in order. Because they have not done eye shades yet. And just as I say that, they have called for an eye shade check. So the winner of this game will get to play for a championship here at the third annual Cinco de Goalball in Austin, Texas. I'm Matthew Boyle. I have been with you all weekend. Currently, I have nobody here as a guest with me. It is an 8 a.m. start, and people are slowly rolling into the gym. After this game, we'll see the Manticores and the King Cobras play in the first men's semifinal, followed by the Texas Rattlesnakes and the Philly Johns in the men's second semifinal. On the Philly Johnettes, on the court right now, it looks like we've got Rosemary Martin, Cassandra Hernandez, and Dakota Hogwood. And on the court for the Lady Rattlers, Faith Penn, Demetria Ober, and Ashley M. Until I see the rest of the name on the back of her jersey. A little bit slow to start here, but getting things kicked off now. All right, Texas is starting with the ball. Their left wing, over. Throws a ball that's blocked out by Hernandez. Dropped into Hogwood. And she fires one. Tipped up by Texas's center. And into the net. And the Johnettes are up 1-0. Over. From left wing. Blocked by Hernandez. Pass to Hogwood again. She's going to throw, but facing too far to her right, and it is immediately out of bounds. Dropped into Over. She throws a ball that's blocked in the center. Hernandez is going to take this herself. Throws straight at the center. Blocked by Ashley. Pass to Penn. And Penn, a full cross-court shot blocked out of bounds. Hogwood on right wing. Throws a hard ball at the center. Handled though, pinned above her top hit. She's going to throw a ball that's blocked by center of the Jonettes. Hernandez backs up to the net on the left side of center. And that is blocked. And handed off to Penn. Penn throws the ball from right wing that climbs over Martin's body, but she sticks with it. Throws herself. Almost gets into the gap there. Penn's feet are solid. And another block for Hernandez. Hernandez lining up on the right side. Throws straight down in front of her. Blocked by Ober. Quick return. Hogwood blocks that. Hogwood. Across the face. Blocked by Penn. Penn from the right side of center. Blocked by Hernandez in the gap. Pass to Martin. Full cross-court shot. Out of bounds at the wing line. Over from left wing. Going quickly. Blocked by Hogwood. Retrieved by Hernandez. Thrown quickly. Blocked by Malero. And Malero throws from center to center. Hernandez. Good shot straight at Penn's corner. She just gets to it. She's going to throw from right wing. It's Hernandez. Hernandez returns quickly. Blocked by Malero. Malero, back center. Blocked by Hogwood in the right wing. Hogwood, full cross-court shot off of Penn's hands, off of the post, and out. Penn from the right wing. Blocked by Hernandez in center. Malero from center to center. Blocked by Hernandez. Hernandez from center to the gap on her left side and gets Penn diving pretty far to the sideline, but still able to get her feet on it. Penn throwing from the right, full cross-court shot, blocked by Hernandez. Backs up to the net, releases from center. Gets past Malero, but blocked by Penn. Malero from back center. Fires at the corner. Handed off to Rosemary Martin, who moves back around to the left wing and throw at the corner. Really accurate shot, but didn't quite have the speed to get past Penn. Now Penn throwing from right wing. Blocked by Rosemary. Rosemary thrown back at Penn's corner. A little too far out of bounds. 7:15 left in the half. 1-0 Johnette scored on the first shot of the game. Over. Taking a shot now. Blocked by Hernandez in center. Hernandez. She throws a ball that must have just barely hit Penn because the call was blocked out. Then hit the post and went out of bounds. Penn lined up from the right wing sideline. Blocked by Hernandez. Pass to Martin. She throws the ball in straight center. Malera takes it, backs up to the net. She throws straight center. Hernandez takes it, backs up to the net, shuffles to her left, throws back across to her right, blocked by Ober. She throws the ball directly into the center, blocked by Hernandez. Backs up to the center. Throws the ball to her right, blocked by Ober. Quick return, gets just past Hernandez, but Hogwood's there. Hogwood takes the shot from center, too far out to her left. Halfway through the first half now. 5:52 on the clock. Penn throwing from right wing. She hits the center. Blocked by Hernandez. Hernandez. She hits the center. Martin from left wing. Blocked out by Penn. Penn on right wing. And blocked by Hernandez. Hernandez from left wing. Blocked by Malera. Pretty good defense so far. We've essentially gone 7 whole minutes without a goal being scored. A lot of balls being thrown to the center, it seems like. Quite a few being thrown out as well. Penn gonna take her shot from right wing. Throws the ball, it's blocked by Martin. Martin from left wing for the Jonettes. Ball thrown into Penn's gap. She blocks it. They get it over to Ober, who throws out to her left. Hogwood, the only goal scorer in the game, across the face of Malero, but stopped by Penn. And Malero taking her shot out of center. Blocked by Hernandez. Hernandez releases right at center in the high ball line. Blocked by Penn. Dished off to Malero. She's going for the corner. Out near the wing line. 3:34 to go in the first half. 1-0 still. Jonettes drop it down out of bounds. Texas is going to take their first time out. And the first time out of the game. 3:32. 1-0 Jonettes. Women's semifinal. In the other gym, we got a game going on. We have a link for it. Does possibly the chat blocks links from being posted? Do you think? Send it to me because I think like somehow I'm a moderator on this channel or something. It did. Here, send it to me and see if. Let me see if it'll let me post it. Send it. It's your corner. Quiet, please. Malero from center. Hits Hogwood on the wing. Hogwood thrown from her wing across the face of center. Snatches it up. And over. Over now on right wing. Penn on left wing. So looks like wing switch coming out of that timeout. And now Hernandez. She's fired at Penn. But blocked. Just under 3 minutes now. Okay, the link, hopefully y'all can see it in the chat. I just posted it. That's what's going on in the other gym. I will, there is no commentary. Oh, I don't know if this link is good. Is the link actually good? Is the link actually good for you? I think that maybe you gotta be Will's friend. No, do you have to be his friend? We will try to give you updates from the other gym as soon as I have them. Here as we're approaching halftime. As I think they're still trying to figure out making the link for the other gym public and some other things like that. So I will try to give you at least some score updates at halftime here. Still 1-0. Almost 12 minutes of scoreless goalball. Almost the announcer's curse. Posting out. Lady Rattlers, a little bit of luck, maybe from being the home team. Or can you see the game? Right and center of the stadium. Let's hit one for our last little shot. You guys gonna play this next one? Next one after the ball timeout. Ball's at 9. Right. Well, we know that the score is 2-0 in the other gym. Over. Hits Hernandez in center. We don't know exactly who is winning. Hernandez back at Over's corner. Over's there this time to defend her post. And fires back right off the whistle. Blocked by Hernandez. Timeout taken, Jonettes. All right. Let's see what kind of shot the Jonettes have cooked up for themselves. 21 seconds to go. Hernandez with the ball, back center, charges the high ball line, throws to the left. Blocked by Lee on the right wing. That's been put in for Penn. Jonettes going to be using a substitution. There's 7 seconds left. And they're going to try to get a goal here. Hernandez from center hits Lee and it's going to end the half. All right, 1-0 Jonettes. 2-0 in the other gym. Still don't know who is winning, but it's either the Renegades or the Honeybees. Because those are the other two teams that are playing. We're back to this tense semifinal. Pardon me. For those of you just listening and not monitoring the chat, in the other semifinal, it's happening in the other gym right now. The score is 4-0. New Jersey Honeybees are leading the Borp Renegades with approximately 3 minutes and 40 seconds left in the game, though that was about a minute ago that I got that update. That was the score with that amount of time remaining. So, the New Jersey Honeybees being one of the most experienced teams here. It's not surprising that they are have a 4-goal lead there in the first half. Here, on the other hand, nobody has a 4-goal lead. It's a 1-goal game here. And Johnets have made a halftime substitution. Put back their starting 3 in. If you remember, they made a substitution just at the end of the first half to stop the clock and set up a shot. When they did that, they put Lori Pierce in. They have taken Lori Pierce out and now remain with Hogwood, Hernandez, and Martin. Valero throws to her right, blocked by Martin. Martin straight at the corner in front of her. Ball finds its way all the way over to Over. Full cross-court shot, blocked out of bounds. Penn on the right-hand side. G throws a full cross-court shot. Hogwood blocks that. Good defense all around, you know. First shot of the game was a goal. Haven't seen a goal since. Both teams very ready to play. Really only one mistake or lapse of judgment. That would be on the first play. Otherwise, both teams totally locked in. Full cross-court shot. Blocked by Over. Gets up, goes quick. It's the center. Center loses it. But does not go so far forward. So Malero throws the ball, blocked by Hernandez. Hernandez going back at her. Malero dumps it off to Over. Over. Full cross-court shot. Rosemary from left wing. Hits Penn in the corner. Penn from right wing. Straight down the line. Faith now on right wing. Full cross court shot. Blocked out by Hogwood. Grind, grind, grind. 9:07. Rosemary. Hits Penn. Penn from right wing. Full cross. Blocked out by Hernandez. Hogwood. Right wing. Full cross. Blocked by Penn. Pass to Malero. She throws to her left. Blocked by Hogwood. Throws straight in front of her. Blocked by Overman. Throws straight back. Blocked out. Hernandez. It's Penn. Penn from right wing. It's Hernandez. Blocked out. Hogwood throws the ball off of the tiptoes of Malero, off of Ober, and out of bounds. Now an official time. Some kind of equipment check. Oh. Clock wasn't running, but we're at about 8 minutes. Sounds like the clock isn't working at the table, but as you can see in the stream, the clock is working on the wall in the gym. And now it's not. But we do know it's 1-0. We do know there was 8:08 left on the clock, so we should be able to get this fixed up. Okay, I think that they are just going to go with the clock on the wall not going and it being done by hand. Hernandez throws a high ball. So I'm going to start typing the score into the chat so that I don't lose track of it. But right now, Johnette's and Ober throws a ball that Hernandez gets to at the very last moment. Is a great shot. Is an even better save. Jonettes are still leading 1-0 with an unknown amount of time on the clock that is somewhere under 8 minutes and 8 seconds. At some point, a player or a coach will ask for a time check. We will be able to tell you how much time is left on the clock. This is why you have a way to have a backup timer. Hernandez almost gets one through. Penn's legs are strong enough to stop that ball in its place. Snatched up by Malero and blocked by Hernandez. Hernandez hits Ober in the gap. Hogwood, full cross court. Dennis, my sources are telling me that it still is 4-0 in the other gym. Probably sometime around halftime over there. They were a bit behind us over here. Dimitri, full cross court shot blocked out. 6:33 left in the game. That ball's thrown, hits the center. Valero from center to the wing, but blocked by the center over there. Hernandez with tons of range. Hogwood throws a full cross court shot out of bounds before the wing line. Penn throws a ball that is blocked by Hernandez. Hernandez hits a corner, but it's blocked out by Ober. Ober, ball thrown at center. Quick return. Hernandez out of bounds at the wing line. Ober hits Hernandez. Hernandez dumps off to Hogwood. Hogwood throws a ball that gets blocked out of bounds, and there's 5:33 left in the game, and that was pretty incredible what just happened here, because as you know, the scoreboard did go out, so we here in the gym don't know how much time is on the clock. Only the person at the scores table tracking the clock right now knows. Players and coaches will yell out for time checks. That's when we will update you. But just now, a line judge yelled out for a time check, and they gave it to us. So there's 5:38 left. And the score is still 1-0 Johnnettes. A goal was scored the first shot of the game.
Wow. That's classic, old school women's goalball.
I was thinking the same thing, Cusco. Wow. Everybody listening, John Cusco here to join me. Hernandez lining up on the right side. Hits Penn. Unfortunately, John Cusco will be joining me all day today. He was injured, tournament-ending injury yesterday. It resulted in his team getting absolutely smoked in their quarterfinal game. But they did give their all. They played the national champions. Inarguably the best team in the country right now, though Daryl Cecil Walker wasn't there. But I digress. Point being, John Cusco will be in the booth a lot.
Hopefully I can get tacos and coffee soon.
Ashley Malero throws a ball from center to the wing, blocked by Dakota Hogwood. Hogwood hits center. Up by Malero. Malero from center Throws out to her left.
Jenks coaching up the Jonettes right there.
I will say also, Goosecue, the Jonettes have had two planned shots, out of stoppages that have posted on the court.
Oh, too perfect.
Yeah. So Hogwood from right wing.
That was the
It's
4
Texas
bouncer
center.
there. That was cool.
Dropped off to over. Also, Jonettes have committed one high ball.
Oh,
It
wow.
was blocked
Blocked it.
last moment.
Congratulations.
The last second. Cassandra Hernandez blocked it. In the other gym, 5-0 for the Honeybees over the Renegades. Over. Commits a high ball penalty, unfortunately. These home team Texas girls, she needs to get lucky. This ball needs to not go in the net for some reason.
Oh, a timeout from the Jonettes. Maybe they had a spot they were specifically throwing to.
Well,
Actually, it just seems like they weren't ready to throw this penalty shot, and not something you want to not be ready to do.
Yes, you want to be ready. You want to just have a plan here. So I don't know much about penalty shot strategy when it comes to the women's side of the game.
3 minutes 41 seconds, 1-0 game, high ball penalty.
Demetria over to defend, standing in center just behind the front line. Cassandra throwing in center, releases near the high ball line.
High ball call on the penalty shot.
I didn't know that there were that many people in this gym. Obviously,
well, we know the opinion of the Lady Johns, the Jonettes, that was a terrible call.
I wouldn't say that's the opinion of the Jonettes. I think that was the opinion of Andy on our bench right now. Demetria, she's throwing balls out.
The penalty shot thrown out of bounds. Well, that was fun. That's right. Nothing happened.
Yeah. That's so accurate. A bunch of stuff happened. And
nothing happened.
Hernandez throws that one out to her left and over, lining up on right wing. Throws a full cross-court shot, blocked out by Hernandez.
So with this little time left in a 1-0 game, I imagine that the pressure kind of mounts on both sides of this court.
I don't feel the pressure.
Yeah, I agree.
You can feel the tenseness usually in games. I do think that, the Jonettes, in my opinion, have looked like the clearly better team. But that doesn't mean that Texas doesn't look really good as well.
Right.
And throws that one down the line.
Seems like the Texas team is really targeting that one, the right post of the Jonettes.
Rosemary sweeping, throwing near the corner. Over, across the face, blocked by Hernandez. Hernandez at the corner, blocked by Ober. Ober, blocked out by Hernandez.
Nobody calling for a time check.
Yes. Maybe we should call for a time check. Dakota Hogwood throws a ball that's blocked by Faith Penn. She fires back. Blocked by Hernandez. She goes back quickly. Blocked by Penn.
Both these teams, communicating
1:52 left in the game.
pretty constantly with one another.
Over. Straight underneath Hernandez. Right in the middle of the court. And Texas tied it up the hard way.
Yeah.
1-1. 1:44 left.
Yeah.
Hogwood throwing from right wing. She was the only goal scorer up until this point. We watched 22 and a half minutes of scoreless goal ball, yet somehow the score is 1-1.
And we got a nice backup save there.
Martin hits over, trying to get a second one, but doesn't take her time quite enough and throws that ball out almost immediately.
Absolutely.
Hogwood throwing from the wing. Almost squeaks through the hands of Malero. If we get to see overtime here, Cusco, you know what that means.
That means it'll push the entire schedule back for the whole day.
I was going to say it means that it will be 1 6-minute period instead of 2 3-minute
Oh,
periods.
Man. They have changed the rules for the overtime.
Yeah, and I don't think we've really seen it play out.
I've not seen the game.
I actually coached a team in a overtime game that was a 6-minute period.
Okay.
But it lasted one shot.
Yes. Okay.
So we didn't really experience
any change.
Yeah, we didn't get past the 3-minute mark,
Right.
which would be the
moment of difference.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that we are going to see that probably happen right now.
That's your prediction?
I think we're going to get to see an overtime period that lasts more than 3 minutes.
Okay.
All right. Faith Penn throws a ball and blocked out by Hernandez.
Around 55 seconds remaining.
Hogwood throws from the right. Hits Penn at the end of the wing line. Passes to Malero. Throws from center. Hits center. Hernandez. Throws from back center. Hits Faith. Penn. Throwing from left wing. Full cross court shot. Out of bounds. 21 seconds.
1-1. 21 seconds. We heard from the other gymnasium that the other women's semifinal is a little bit less close, 5-0.
Over. Same shot she scored on.
There are 10 seconds remaining. Timeout, John Etz.
Kusuke.
That's me.
We're going to see overtime in this game.
We'll see. We'll
in
know
10
soon.
seconds from now, you and I are going to have 5 minutes to talk about anything that we want.
I was hoping to talk about getting a taco and some coffee.
Well, they had them down at the referee's table
Okay.
for the tacos, but I think they probably all got eaten.
Mm,
And then the coffee is in the activity room.
okay, which is down there.
Maybe
Yeah.
we can send Rose to.
Okay. Does it look like they have a set shot here they're going for?
Hernandez from back center. She throws. Yeah, I think that they're. I think
Trying to
that
hit
they're
that
trying to
corner.
hit like the 6 from the 5.
Oh, okay.
Demetria throwing from left wing. She goes quick. Blocked by Hernandez.
You were correct. Well, half.
Overtime. Overtime. All right.
So there should be a coin toss.
Yep. It should be a coin toss. It will be 1 6-minute period.
Yeah. Now you would assume the person who wins the toss will elect to
Hang
throw.
on. Hang on a second. I want. Okay, Linda is reffing. I just was looking over at the table thinking maybe we should make sure that they know 1 6-minute period.
We could ask for a time check.
Yeah. When the game starts?
Like before. Okay, when they're done with the eye shade check. But you know the strategy
One
here.
timeout, 1 substitution. And now that it's 1 6-minute period, I think people are less likely to make the mistake of thinking you have 1 per half.
Right. So they do this coin toss, right? You win the toss, you elect to throw because it's golden goal. First goal wins. But you know, they almost just shouldn't even have the second question, like asking the other team which end will you defend, because who's going to choose to switch sides? I've talked to my teammates about this before. If we lose the toss, let's switch sides because we'll be ready to do it and they won't.
Yeah, that works when you have a 3-minute halftime with a 90-second ice shade check. But now with
Yes.
5 minutes, now it's
Well,
just annoying.
When did the 5 minutes start? Because we are at least a minute into those 5 minutes.
I think, yeah, you could have, man, sorry, I'm just thinking now. How long can you delay like doing a coin toss
Right.
before the ref is just going to give you a delay of game?
Right.
Because they're going to, at like the Paralympics, they're going to start the clock right away.
Yes.
They're not starting the clock right away here, though, it seems like. It does look like they're putting 6 minutes on the clock, though.
Okay. So there's a visible clock once again.
They've got it tied 1-1 with 6 minutes on it right now.
Okay, and they just announced
They're just saying 3 minutes. Okay, so
which is, you know, it's about
it's
right.
been about 2 minutes.
Yeah, it's about right.
Yeah.
So, no change in sides, and they definitely strategizing at both ends. I see no indication of which team will be throwing first 2 minutes from now, but if the first throw of the game was a goal, maybe the first throw of this overtime will also be a goal. We shall see. Matthew Boyle needing to step away for a moment. So here we are. So 5-1 in the other gymnasium, the other women's semifinal. That would be, I believe, the Honeybees over the Renegades. In this gym, 1-1. 2 minutes remaining in this intermission before the overtime golden goal. 6-minute half, not half, 6-minute whole. And here in Central Time, we are at 8:56. So certainly the first men's semifinal is going to be delayed here. It will not be starting on time. So if you are tuning in, joining us now, and you're trying to watch the men's semifinal, you're going to have to be a little bit patient because we've got overtime in one of the women's semifinals. 1-1, doing the eye shade check. The room's getting a little louder than it had been previously. more people in the crowd, teams being a little louder. I think potentially the next two men's teams to play in the room. And Jenks is asking for a lineup sheet. So in the overtime period, you should probably fill out your shootout sheet. So if this game ends, if this 6 minutes is scoreless, it will go into a shootout. So at the start of that shootout, you have to provide that shootout sheet to the officials. It is a secret sheet. And they do announce the player numbers, though, before each throw. So it's only a secret, and you don't know who's going in what order. But before each throw, you do know who is on the court. So. Definitely some animated chatter in the room. And about to be underway. Every single half of goalball in this gymnasium at this tournament has started with the team at table left throwing. Will that change for this overtime? Who won the toss? Who will be throwing this first throw? A little bit of nervous energy in the room, I feel. A lot of chatter around the court, not a lot of chatter on the court. Josh Wellborn, kind of behind the Texas bench. All right. So for the first time this tournament, table right, starting with the throw. Rattlers make the block. Ball that was blocked out front, was rolling out front. The player found the ball out front and then just kind of seemed like from their knees, just kind of rolled it toward the other team. And the call was high ball. So the Johns have an opportunity to end it with this. And it was blocked. So Rattlesnakes, with an error of rolling a ball out front, getting called for that high ball, did not pay the consequence of that penalty. Ball that rolled over one of the Rattlesnakes, but backup save. Jonettes make the block. Ball goes out of bounds near the bench of the Jonettes. We are in overtime. The score is still 1-1. The Rattlers got called for a high ball due to a ball that was blocked out front and then rolled from their knees, but in front of the high ball line. The penalty shot was blocked. The Jonettes have the ball. Yep. And then we'll cross that 3-minute boundary. I can't swear to it, but I'd say probably. I don't think so. It did seem like it was not going to happen with a loose ball for the Rattlers and then the high ball penalty, but hit a water bottle. Is that tennis shoe? Okay. Seems like the Rattlers are now going after the other side from what they were doing previously. The whole second half seemed like they were going after the 1. Now it seems like they're going after the 9. We've done it. It's witnessing history. The first overtime period in the United States of America lasting longer than 3 minutes. So we have no data from that time. And there's the tournament that was in Philly a month ago. It ended quickly. Yeah, definitely. I was going to say I don't envy the men's players who are standing on the perimeter of this gym with the start of their game delayed, getting warm to play, and now just standing there. But I do envy them. I wish that was me. Okay. Their one and only overtime timeout used by the Johnettes. Still sitting on that 1-1 score. I hear 1 minute and 4 seconds remaining. Likely heading to a shootout. And almost always in the women's game. Very rare for a men's game to go to shootout.
That he can't hear me. Oh. Oh.
Oh, that's funny. So Matthew Boyle has been here. It's been great having him back. I'm so sad you all missed the last 5 minutes of him talking. There's about a minute left here, though.
We don't have to rehash it.
I guess the only thing to rehash would be the clarification that this is the first time that there has been an overtime period longer than 3 minutes in the USA in the modern era of goalball.
Yeah, we could say, this millennium.
Post Sydney. Have y'all talked much about the no play call at this tournament? Has that been a topic that's come up?
I have, yeah, yesterday during like a 5-minute period, I gave my soapbox speech about
That's
it.
great. It's. I think this is a really fun time in goalball because we're showing up to tournaments, and every tournament since is kind of trying to decide how to interpret that rule. So I was at a tournament a month ago in Canada, which they said play.
Well, I mean, it's not about interpretation now because IPSA came out and said no, play is the rule. But I did see some. I think it was like an announcement that IPSA posted or on their website or whatever, that basically said, in terms of this specific rule, we're going to keep testing it,
Right.
and we're going to make a decision like before the third quarter, I think is what they said.
Right. Okay.
So I think we can expect a decision pretty soon.
How much time?
14 seconds. Over. Hits Hernandez.
Okay.
Substitution.
Okay. So how much time is chilling on our clock?
3-1. It's actually a great way to do subs now because you can say it in whatever order you want.
Yes.
So you just say two
You don't,
numbers,
and
and
that
they
way,
can
if you
figure it
don't
out.
say out and incorrectly, it doesn't matter. I'm not used to calling substitutions. I'm used to being the one reporting them, and I had to think really hard this tournament. How many seconds are we looking at?
9.7.
9.7. Okay. Probably a throw and a return.
I don't think a return. Over.
2.2. It's
Man,
it have to be a very well-timed throw, I think, for it to be scoreable.
I get nervous when substitutions start getting called at this time left in the game if I'm coaching Texas because it's like 2.2 seconds. Granted, there's no play call, and maybe you can get lucky with
a good release.
Yeah. But this is going to be a tough amount of time to still score with because all of your loose balls are probably out of the question.
And we're going to a shootout.
Okay, I think this is the first shootout in the history of Cinco de Goalball.
I can't think of a shootout that had happened previous to this.
The first year we had a women's tournament. The second year we didn't.
Right.
Now we do again.
Right. And that first year, all the women's games were in the other building.
I don't think any went to a shootout, though.
I didn't hear about a shootout.
We played the final in this building.
Yes. Yes, that is true. Yeah, I gotta agree. First shootout in Cinco de Goalball. and I'm still wanting a taco and coffee.
I need to find someone that can add up all these goals.
The shootout. So yep, 1v1.
You've never seen this before? Well, then there you have it.
Okay, so that's pretty good evidence toward this is the first shootout in Cinco de Goalball. Maybe then also in the recent history of the Youth Goalball Nationals that have been held here as well. There hasn't been a shootout.
I don't know if Rose set it up last time for them.
That's fair. That's fair.
Okay, so um, okay, so let's talk about shootout strategy because you
Yeah.
literally never get to talk about
No,
this.
this yeah, it's like a moot point.
Okay,
So they
so
will announce
basic,
each player.
basically the coaches choose the order that they want their players to participate in,
Yep.
and then a shootout happens by the referee announcing each player on the court, throwing the ball to one player. They throw a penalty shot, and then they defend a penalty shot. And then the next set of
Pair.
players comes up, and the team who didn't get to throw first in the last set gets to throw first in the next set. Did I say that in a non confusing way?
I understood.
Okay, good.
So an eye shade check now. Will this be all the players getting their eye shades checked?
Yes. You could
So-
get an eye shade check by touching your eye shades on the bench of a shootout.
Eye shade penalty. Yeah.
Eye shade penalty, yes. Because
So does each team have the same number of players?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4.
So what? Well, the interesting thing in shootout strategy is that you only whichever team has less players, that's the number of rounds of the shootout. The first round, the first time through the full roster is equal throws. If it's still tied, then it's 1v1. If it's still tied, next 1v1. If it's still tied, next 1v1. But if at any point the score is not tied,
It's over.
it's over.
And
So-
if at any point a team can't come back, it's over.
That's true. If there's too many goals scored. Also, you do not have to defend a throwing penalty in a shootout. It's just a loss of your throw. So if you commit a high ball during this round, it is just a loss of that throw. It is not an additional penalty shot.
Also, if you were to commit an own goal during your throw, it would not be a goal for the other team.
Yeah, you
It
cannot
would just
score
be
an
a
own
miss
goal.
for you.
Yeah. So
And
the only
that's
way
actually-
to get an extra penalty shot in this situation would be, the unusual penalty calls like an unsporting conduct or an eye shade penalty or an illegal coaching.
I don't know about that. I think just the thrower would lose their possession.
If it was like an illegal coaching situation.
I think so.
What about an eye shade penalty?
Probably the same thing.
Interesting.
Interesting, yeah.
I think they call a penalty.
And stop the shootout.
I think they do. I think they pause the shootout to defend that penalty shot.
I don't know about that. I don't think that could be the case.
Okay, so let's say that's not the case. How do we advantageously touch our eye shades?
We should I will be asking some I can't wait until this afternoon. Talk to some referees after this tournament's over.
Okay. Get their take on things.
We have some good ones, some good questions for them.
Yeah. So where are the coaches right now?
Coaches get to be on the bench.
Okay. Did both remain?
Yes.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah. Coaches used to not be able to be on the bench. So also basically the Johnettes, because they have 5 players, they choose a person that doesn't participate. I don't really know what the holdup is right now, but we got to get this party moving.
All the eye shades have been checked. The roster should have been submitted at the end of overtime.
And you don't even have to submit them. They'll just use the order of your players on the score sheet.
If you don't submit a lineup sheet.
Yeah. And then okay,
But
so
you do want your best penalty shot thrower and defender to be first, because it's not, if it gets to that person, you want that person to go first.
And the reason that you want that person to go first is because if you go through your whole team and it's still tied, it becomes sudden death, and so you want your
Best
player
player
first.
to do the most rounds.
Yes.
And there's also kind of an assumption that both teams are doing that. So you're squaring up your best players against one another.
But teams that know each other a lot, and like in the past, teams used to go to shootout against each other a lot. Like you
More
remember
often.
BC and Nova Scotia
all
used to
the
just
time.
go to shootout all
Yeah.
the time,
Absolutely.
and they were pretty crafty with their shootout order, just because
Trying to gain an advantage.
they're like, okay, well, if there's no way we could possibly score against this guy, maybe we
Just
don't
put
put our best thrower
Put your
there.
weakest thrower
Yeah.
there. That's
So-
fair. That's fair. So this there will no longer be any sort of a clock for the rest of this. There's no time in the shootout. There's still 10-second shot clock.
Let's go.
But
Okay, it
you
looks
know,
like the New Jersey Honeybees have rolled in here, so that game's over.
it
And
was
I'm assuming
5-1.
they won.
Last score check was 5-1 Honeybees over Renegades. So the official just announced both players' numbers. Starting at the Rattlers' end.
All right. Over. First to throw against Martin. Martin blocks it. Ball was thrown straight to the center, really. All right, Ober needs to block this to keep the Rattlesnakes even. Three whistles, but we don't actually do that. Demetria overdives, gets past it, and what? That's not game. Wait, stop.
They're going to correct the issue.
Okay, the official called game, but it's not game.
They're good. The official's being corrected that the game continues.
Okay, so if somebody would have touched their eye shades, then would they have gotten a penalty?
That's
The
a great
ref called
question.
game.
Yeah, the official said the word game.
I don't think that we need to worry about it.
Yeah. So now we should have the player from the Johnnettes throwing first in the next set of throws. I agree. It should not have been three whistles. Three whistles starts a half.
Yeah.
And this is not a half. So it should just be quiet, please, tweet.
This is going to be Hogwood throwing against Penn. Hogwood with the ball on the right. Throws full cross-court shot, scores.
That's two. Makes the score 3-1 Johnnettes. Now the referee will throw the ball to wherever you are, as long as you are on the court.
Penn throws this one out of bounds.
So we've got a 2-goal differential. The Rattlers will throw next. They have 2 throws remaining, which means if they do not score on this throw, then they cannot equalize, which means this should be over if they do not score right now.
Yep. Also, I was right about the eye-shade penalty.
Okay. It would be just
as
that.
If a personal or team penalty occurs.
Okay.
Doesn't even say if a personal penalty occurs on the thrower, just a personal.
Right.
All right. Ashley
If this is
Malero
not a goal, this game is over. This game is over. I do believe the game should be over.
Well, yeah, because if she doesn't score, they just have one more thrower left, and they're already up 2-1. Right.
Yep, 3-1.
She blew the whistle 3 times. Okay, this should be game.
Now we shall see what they do. The game was over before that throw.
The game was over before the last throw occurred.
Matthew was trying to inform them. There we go. The referees did call game. Final score 3-1. The Johnettes will be headed to play the Honeybees for gold, and the Rattlesnakes, the Rattlers, will be playing against the Renegades for bronze.
I don't know. Thank you. Right after this game, you know. Now you about to get reprimanded, boy. Volunteers, please. Are there any volunteers in the crowd for line judges? Any line judges? Are you volunteers? Welcome to the start of the men's semifinal match between the Manticores on my left and the Goalballs on my right.
All right, everybody. Here we are, starting with a great rematch of a pool play game earlier this tournament and a rivalry that has been brewing over the last couple of years. The Seattle King Cobras on your left and the Manticores on your right. The Manticores with the usual suspects: Josh Wellborn, Zach Bueller, Jordan Main. Josh Wellborn starting this game in center. On the other end, Callahan Young on left, Richard Ashu in center, and Nathan Purcell on right wing. Josh Wellborn blocks that rocket from Young. Hands off to Bueller. Full cross-court shot. It's Purcell. Purcell finds his post in the corner. He throws a really nice two-hop bounce ball that Wellborn just plucks out of the air with his feet. Dropped in. Handed off to Jordan Main on left wing. Throws a ball at the gap in front of him. Blocked by Purcell. Handed off to Young. Young throwing from left. Straight arm throw. The near side gap. Blocked by Bueller. Picked up by Wellborn. Wellborn thrown from the left side of center. Right at center. Blocked by Ashu. Rolled over to Young. Young. 2-hop bounce ball. Blocked by Wellborn in center. Handed off to Main on right. Or excuse me, on left, rather. Throws a ball that goes out just at the wing line. And dropped into Purcell. Purcell. From the right side of center. Hits Main on left. Blocked out. It's going to be an equipment check on Mr. Purcell. His goggles have been shifted a little sideways. All right, here we go. Man, of course, with the ball. Bueller from the right side of center. Heavy 3-hop bounce ball. Hits Young in the legs, rolls all the way to almost half court, and then Ashu rolls the ball out of bounds to save the possession. And as Kusku sits down with his coffee here, his 1 cup of coffee, that's when I would love to burn a timeout, even though we're a minute and a half in. Looks like the man, of course, has decided to start with Wellborn in center, Kusku. Nathan Purcell from right wing. 2-hop bounce ball. Blocked by Main. Handed off to Wellborn. Goes gap to gap. Callahan does a great job helping out Ashu right there. Wellborn fires a rocket off of Ashu's chest, blocked out to Callahan's side. Young from left wing. Big cross. Intercepted by Wellborn. Handed off to Main on right wing. Released from right on the sideline. Blocked by Purcell. Purcell throwing now. They won by 1. Yep, 8-7. So, blocked by Ashu. Pass to Young. Young, choppy shot. Blocked by Wellborn. Ball over. Young throwing from left wing. Anybody who could hear the gym, that was off of Bueller's feet, and it got kicked all the way across and scored in the corner right behind Main.
Pretty
Cover's
solid
up,
connection with
1-0.
Zach's feet. I wonder if they were tipped back a little.
Wellborn with the ball. Sneaking over to the right side of center, throwing and hitting Young. Young throwing from left wing. Throws at the gap. Wellborn comes over a lot farther that time.
Yeah, definitely.
Bueller from right. Choppy two-hopper. Blocked forward by Ashu. Ball over.
Gets back pretty quick. Ball over to the Manicores. Manicores have it. Probably Josh with that one. Richard passing it back to Callahan. Maybe that was Nathan, actually. Quick pitch. Cobras make the block. This one's definitely to Callahan. Real nice low skippy ball. Breaks through, but saved in the backcourt. Oh, just blocked out of bounds by Nathan. Manicore with the ball. Dropped into Callahan Young. Zach asking Josh to step left. Throw a pretty hard rocket. The hardest ball I've seen Zach throw today. That ball called out of bounds. Maybe long if it lands in bounds. Ball being dropped into Nathan Purcell. Callahan potentially calling for it. Definitely. Seems like Callahan has the ball. I believe Jordan makes the save. There's a real rocket. Blocked out of bounds on Callahan's side. Really nice block from a very good throw from Callahan, but blocked the ball over, so back to Callahan. Callahan's throw blocked out on Bueller's side. Oh, maybe not. Medicore have the ball. So I believe that ball hits Callahan. He calls it loose. It went up in the air, came down and hit Callahan again, and went into the back of the goal. I think that's the third ball over for the Manicores in this first half. A little bit of banter back and forth between Callahan and the Manticore. Jordan with the ball. Callahan with the ball. Cobras with the ball. Bueller with the ball for the Manicore. Callahan blocks the ball forward, goes forward to get it. When he gets it, decides to call a timeout. So we've got a timeout called by the Cobras. We're in the first half here. Someone did just ask for a time check, but I did not hear the responses. This is the first of two semifinals. We have got the Manicores and the Cobras. I'm pretty darn sure the score is 1-1. We had a rocket that went off of Bueller's feet in the gap, and then we had that one that hit Callahan, went up in the air, came down, hit him again, and rolled into the back of the net to make it 1-1. How much time do we got this half?
4:17.
4:17. Callahan called a timeout due to a ball that he blocked forward and just decided to call a timeout when he got it. I thought it was a mature decision.
Who did that?
Callahan.
Hell yeah. I've been yelling about that.
That was cool. I thought there was some obstruction on the court because it wasn't called out, and it definitely hit something.
No, that was like a water bottle fell somewhere else.
Oh, that was unrelated.
Yeah.
Wow.
Jordan, Maine, thrown from left. Straight down the line. Good spacing by Purcell. Purcell. From right wing.
Oh, wow.
And a perfect cut gap.
Wow.
Just past Wellborn. 2-1 Cobras. Bueller. From center. Hits Purcell. Purcell from right wing. Two hoppers, same place. This time Maine was over there. Blocked it with his feet. Wellborn. Throws from back center. Hits Callahan's legs. Blocked out of bounds opposite side of the court. 3:27 to go in the half. Handed off to Young. Sneaks over to the left side. Releases right on the sideline. Back at center. Wellborn with a quick pitch. Right on the high ball line. Blocked out by Young. Young going right off the whistle. Big bounce ball across the face of center.
I love it when that
by
second
Wellborn.
bounce makes that really loud flop sound on the floor. I don't know why I love that so much, but it's great.
Maine from left wing. 3-hop bounce ball. Hits Nathan in the waist. Nathan Purcell from right. 3-hop bounce ball. Taken care of by Maine. Retrieved late by Wellborn. Fires straight 5.
Second time that the Cobras have blocked the ball over the goal.
That got blown between Richard's arms and up and over the net. Dinged the top crossbar.
I would say that this tournament, I've seen the Manicore push that 10-second clock more than any other team.
Young throws one, hits Wellborn in the chest. Wellborn from the left side of center. Goes back at Callahan's legs.
It's gone.
Bueller. Moving to center, back to right wing. Throws a cut gap shot. Callahan Young. Quick return. Blocked by Wellborn. Pass to Maine. Maine throws one across the face of the center between Richard's arms. Blocked by Cal. Cal. 2-hop bounce ball across the face. Blocked by Wellborn. Wellborn from the left side of center. It's Ashu in the midsection. Purcell starting from the right side of center. bounce ball. Blocked by Wellborn. Pass to Main. Main across the face of the center. Sounded like he could be high, but he's releasing from so far back. Ashi going to take this one out of center. Too hot bounce ball. Blocked by Wellborn. Quick return at Young. Young with a quick return. Back at Wellborn. Hand off to Bueller. Bueller from right wing. Full cross court. Blocked by Purcell.
I feel like Zach's throwing harder today than yesterday.
Purcell from right. Bounce ball. Right down the line. Jordan, perfect spacing. Got his hand just there. Jordan moving into the gap to throw. It's Purcell at the end of the wing line. 43 seconds left in the half. Hand off to Callahan Young. He moves to the side. And it's a bit of a scramble.
Definitely.
But that ball was pretty much always headed out.
Yeah.
Wellborn ripping one out of center. Gets it just past Ashu, and Young blocks it.
In such a close game, you could tell they really want to keep the ball out of their goal right now.
And it's across the body and a ball over. 23 seconds.
I think that's ball over number 4 for the Manticore.
Wellborn starting from the front line. Right at Richard's hands. Richard starting from back center. 3-hop bounce ball.
No, we've got a timeout called by Bill Main for the Manticore.
2.6 seconds to go in the half.
Down by 1. Who takes it?
You gotta have
some speed on it.
Yeah, it's gonna have to be either Zach or Josh.
I think that gives you the better opportunity. Probably give this one to Josh. You know, set something up. I really like a little cross face. 44 or 66. I think that'd be really.
I think you throw for a corner because you're trying to throw a ball probably that doesn't touch someone.
Okay, that's fair.
With 2.6 seconds left.
Okay.
Depending on how good you time the whistle,
So then maybe try for a cut gap then. That was good. Yeah, definitely could have scored.
If it didn't touch anyone, yeah.
So that's we got a 2-1 game. Am I remembering the score correctly?
You got it. 2-1 Cobras. The rivalry of the 2020s, I would say.
Yeah, definitely. So, what any change? You expect any change here at halftime? Any substitution on the Cobra side? Any change of focus from the Manticore? Maybe bring
Put
Josh
Jordan
out of center. Yeah. Just try something different, get a different feel for the game. Definitely heard Callahan breathing heavy toward the end of that half, which is not necessarily a bad thing.
I don't think I change anything if I'm the Cobras. Good morning.
We were just visited by Zach Arambula. That's the next matchup that we are excited to see. Originally scheduled to start at 10 o'clock Central, will be delayed due to the overtime and shootout in the women's semifinal in this gymnasium.
Yeah, we're 30 minutes behind pretty much exactly.
Yeah. Yeah. So the Johns versus the Rattlesnakes is the next matchup.
Yeah.
What do you predict in that one? I mean, I think the Snakes have been their defense has been really good. Their offense has been potent. I see them coming out on top.
Yeah, I think so too. But you always have the host curse that you need to deal with.
That's fair.
You have the announcer's curse that you just gave to them.
Yeah. But yes, in any given goalball game, when two teams are somewhat fairly matched, like really anything can happen. So I don't expect that game to be a blowout by any stretch, but I do expect it to be higher scoring than this game, and I do expect that the Rattlesnakes will come out on top. What do you think here? Do you think the Manticores come back right away, tie it right at the start here?
What I think is, it seems like Josh's smooth ball is really hard for the center of the Cobras to handle, especially if it's thrown like straight at his face.
Okay.
Because
Okay.
he tries to stay big,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
So he's got bent elbows and like almost like little T-Rex
Yeah.
arms
Oh,
to try to
absolutely.
like catch that ball, and that's why it will blow between his hands sometimes.
Okay. Yeah, when you play that way, which is a way that I often play, you really have to be ready to T-Rex slam the ball. Like you can't T-Rex touch the ball, you got to T-Rex attack the ball. I like that call. Now, we have not seen very many penalties called. Has there been any? I think no. So that's a big change from yesterday for the Manticore. Josh Wellborn, the one game we called for 4 penalties himself. So
This right now, like a 2-1 game at halftime, this is Cobra's territory.
yeah, I would imagine they're feeling much more comfortable,
taking you deep into the jungle. The
Yeah.
longer that this game
It's
stays
close
low
like this.
scoring.
Yeah, low scoring, close. Absolutely. And a quick recap on those goals. There's one off of Bueller's foot in the gap that went all the way across court. And
Could
scored
argue
opposite
that
corner.
Wellborn should have been over further to block it. You know, I haven't looked at it, but you never know.
A ball that hit Callahan, went straight up in the air, came down and hit Callahan again and rolled into the goal. And I'm blanking on the other goal that the Cobras scored. Oh, it was a cut gap shot from Nathan Purcell, yes?
Yep.
And
from the sideline into
sideline.
the near side gap
Yeah.
between the center and the wing,
Yep.
between Maine and Wellborn.
So there we are. Puts us at 2-1. Second half about to start. Maybe we can have another overtime. Another 30-minute delay with overtime and shootout.
Maybe we could have a shootout.
That would be incredible. Every game in this gymnasium ends in a shootout today. We're here till 6 p.m. Everyone misses their flights. All right, we've got some wild energy from the Manticore, which they definitely a thing that feeds them. I do enjoy playing with that amount of energy. My teammates, my longtime teammates now of Jim Debus and Alex Williams, that kind of rowdiness does not benefit their equilibrium and level of play. So I've been having to hold myself back a little bit lately. But here we are, about to be underway.
This one's starting with Purcell throwing out of center. He throws a bounce ball off Wellborn's legs. Ball
number
over.
5 for the Manticore. Ball over number 5.
Callahan. Too hot bounce ball. Wellborn. Quick return.
Definitely someone in the crowd
Yeah.
said something.
The ref jumped over the ball and said ball over, then corrected herself. Wellborn with a quick return. Ball's in Purcell's hands on right wing. 30 seconds gone by in this half. Blocked by Maine. Maine stepping into his gap on left wing. Throws a 3-hop bounce ball. Blocked out by Purcell.
Both those last 2 balls had really nice airtime.
Purcell having Ashius move left. Purcell throwing from center. Blocked by Bueller. Bueller from right wing. Throws a bounce ball. Gets away from Richard. Gets a hold of it, but dumps it out of bounds.
In a backward direction. Definitely not in front of the high ball line. Good play there.
Zach Bueller from right wing. 3-hop bounce ball gets between Nathan's arms, and a full cross-court shot leaks into the corner, and we're tied again at 2.
I feel like that kind of froze Nathan.
It did. He had a second effort with his arms that he made. He was there, but not there enough to block the ball. And he's getting an equipment check because might have got him in the face a little bit.
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, that's big for the Manicores, I think.
Yeah,
to have scored in the first minute and a half in this half.
Both centers were frustrated on some out front gathering of the ball so far in this half.
There was even a little bit of chatter after the last ball over caused by Josh Wellborn. They said something to him. I don't know what they said to him, his teammates, but his response was, "It's not going in the goal, is it?"
Yep.
Wellborn hits Ashi, does a good job blocking it with his chest. Pass to Purcell. Purcell from right. Nathan blocks it on left wing. Nathan. Jordan. Jordan Main. Good 3-hop bounce ball. Blocked by Purcell. Ashi, you're going to take it now. He's going to throw a bounce ball. Wellborn's going to quick return. Perfect shot at the corner. Callahan, who's right there. Quick pitch back to Bueller. He stops it, lines up at his post. Going for a cross-court shot again. Nathan knocks it down. Nathan Purcell on right wing. Good cut gap shot. Jordan Main stops it though. Hands it off to Wellborn. Throws from gap to gap shot from the right side of center. Blocked by Young. In Ashi's hands. Ashi thrown from center. Ends up going out to his left. 9 minutes.
9 minutes. Wow. Did they just call a 10-second penalty? I was thinking that. Richard was holding that ball.
10-second penalty called on the King Cobras. And I'll tell you what, anybody who wants to argue with it, you'll be arguing with the best referee in the United States, Linda Wellborn.
She's on the 10, huh?
Yep.
I was listening to that shot clock and thinking, oh, they're really pushing this. I hope he throws hard. And then it was not a very hard throw. So.
Josh Wellborn with the ball on the left wing. Throws down the line. And Manicores take a 1-goal lead.
That ball is definitely zipping out of his hand right now. He's in this second half, he's really found the release. And it's moving. Definitely moving. Very good compliment to what Jordan and Zach are doing with the ball. If you've got Josh in the middle there with that smooth rocket. If they continue to throw and block the way they're doing, I can't really imagine the Cobras coming back here.
Long game. Cobras play these games.
That's true.
I mean, the Manicores do too. Only because of the Cobras.
Yeah, they're not used to playing whole games of goalball.
Oh, really?
They've had a lot of those this tournament. All right, this timeout almost over. Are we at 4-2? Do I have that right?
3-2.
3-2.
Yeah, just 3-2. Handoff at back center for the Cobras. Callahan Young throwing a cut catch shot. There was a hole there, and somehow, that last moment, Wellborn and Bueller both collapse on it. Bueller with a bounce ball taken by Richard.
Some classic loud energy from the Manticore.
Handoff to Wellborn. Wellborn taking it to the left side of center. Throws at the gap. Blocked by Richard. Ashu rolls it to Cal. Young gets that ball pinned by Bueller's feet. Bueller. Ball straight at center.
Josh was commenting that he thought that Bueller's yell after that last block was a loose call.
8 minutes to go. Jordan Main
Squeaky shoes.
throwing from his gap. 3-hop bounce ball off of Nathan's legs. In the air, Callahan swats it out of the air to save it.
And
But
then
it ricochets off of the back of Nathan's head and back into the goal.
Oh, that's
Callahan
heartbreaking.
had the save.
That's heartbreaking.
Really great play, and that's why I tell people all the time. You don't understand how much variance there really is in goalball. You can do everything right.
And still have something like that happen.
Zach Bueller.
So we are now at 4-2. Manticores keeping their
7:31.
change. Balls back to the core.
Wellborn from center. Between Callahan's legs.
Oh. A little bit of wheels falling off the bus here for the core, or for the Cobra.
Purcell from right wing. Now Main from left. Another 3-hopper that pops up in the air, but this time Ashu just grabs it. And it wasn't even popped up by him. Ashu, a 3-hopper, pinned by Wellborn. Takes it, steps to the left side of center, releases from the right side, hits center. Young throws a rocket, hits the front center hash. Bueller from right wing. Hits Ashu. Pass to Young. Young from left wing. Blocked by Bueller. Bueller hands off to Wellborn. Wellborn from center. It's Nathan.
As this game is progressing, you can tell that the floor is getting more and more wet, which does lead to the ball getting wet, which can be interesting. What is this official time for? Uncertain official time happening right now.
Looks like the scoreboard.
We should be at 5-2. Do I remember that correct?
6:02. And
It's either 4-2 or 5-2.
it's 5-2.
That's what I thought.
Nope, it just came back on 5-5-5. Just so we can remember it, I'm going to type it into the chat.
Nice.
Oh, now all of a sudden there's 7 minutes on the clock. All right, well, the Cobras, I think, are getting an extra minute of play right now. Because, okay, we're at 6:40. And that's just where we're at.
That's where we are.
Okay.
Cobras just threw a rocket.
That was Wellborn hitting center. Ashu gets it to Young. Young from left.
I'm feeling sad, quiet energy from the Cobras here.
Yeah. I think the 10-second penalty got to him. Wellborn is like a little bit lost, maybe. No, he's found now. And Purcell from right wing. Maine doing a good job with those three hoppers.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Both throwing and blocking.
Him and Nathan kind of like
It's like
a good
mirror.
battle between each other, you know, straight down the line from one another.
Both officials blew a whistle. The table side official says out. The opposite side official says high ball. So Nathan will be defending a high ball penalty.
No, it is not Nathan. This is a penalty thrown by Richard Ashu. Wellborn throwing the penalty shot.
He blocks it.
He was down on the ground, somewhere between right wing and center. Ball leaked between his legs. He said, reached behind him and pinned it down to the ground with his hand and said, yeah.
That's so great.
Young gets up and goes with it.
Callahan Young is playing goalball in a puddle.
I think that, Nathan's a versatile player.
Okay.
They could consider having Callahan go over to right wing and
Oh,
just
absolutely.
try some of his offense from over there now.
Absolutely.
5:30 to go.
5:30 to go, down by 3 goals. Absolutely. Are they doing any floor wiping?
No.
So they're just letting him play in the wet. 15 seconds. Cobra's maybe playing a little sad. Cobra's quoting Robin Hood Men in Tights.
Josh Wellborn starting from the left side of
Not
center.
a full 10 here. Muscle it through. Is that off of Richard?
Off of Richard's feet,
Yeah.
tipped up and into the goal.
Okay.
Purcell hits center, dumped off to Maine. Maine from left.
Dropped into Nathan. Will Callahan get it?
Nathan's going to take it. Just about the 5-minute mark. Blocked by Josh in center. Wellborn thrown from center. Hits Ashu's feet. Pass to Nate. Nate across the body of Wellborn. Retrieves it. Gets it to Bueller. Bueller throws from right. Hits Ashu. Passes to Cal. Cal goes quick. Hits Bueller. Wellborn throws that one. Bueller looks like he got cup checked.
Oof. I feel
And,
okay.
high ball first.
Yeah. So both officials blow the whistle. The near to the player official calls high ball. The opposite official calls long ball. So the high ball happened first. In fact, it was not a long ball.
Nathan's defending it from center. Usually he's a high ball defender guy, and he's not. Wellborn throws one that hits the tips of Nathan's toes and rolls at such a weird angle, like a cue ball on a pool table after
Definitely
a
had
break.
some spin on that ball. That was great.
Hits the post and leaks out of bounds.
Callahan just threw an absolute ripper. Let's see if he can recreate that because it was hard.
Callahan throwing from left wing. Straight down the line. Underneath Zach Bueller's armpit. And 6-3.
Did Callahan spin on that one?
No,
I didn't think so.
I don't think
It was much slower.
Look, I have this one.
Checking to see if Callahan spun on his last throw. Ooh, this one
He did
squeaks
not.
through.
He did not spin on his last throw.
So Callahan's last two throws was an absolute rocket. And then much slower straight arm throw. Scored down the line. Callahan with it.
Callahan on the court return.
Nice.
There was almost a gap there. Well, one close at 3 minutes to go.
We got an official timeout equipment check. Manicores with the ball. Score 6-3 Manicores. 3:06 left in the game. Callahan points out that the score is 3-6 and the time is 3:06. Richard got it.
Richard retrieves the ball up near half court. Passes it off to Purcell. It's Wellborn in center. Hand off to Maine. Maine from left wing. 3-hop bounce ball up off of Nathan's hip.
Very, very similar to the first goal. 7-3 Manicore lead. Less than 3 minutes to go.
Callahan hits Bueller.
Bueller is
from right wing.
feeling that block.
3-hopper. Nathan said, not this time, dude. Pin that one down.
Dropped into Jordan.
Jordan. Throwing from left wing. It's Nate. Hand off to Young. Young from left. 2 minutes to go. And doesn't really feel like Koba's going to be able to score 5 goals.
No, I don't think so.
Manicores are playing well. Having only allowed, 3 goals in this game so far with a minute 50 to go.
Yeah.
That's pretty good against Cal and Nate.
Absolutely.
Bueller hits center.
And the Manicores not being called for any throwing penalties has been really a big deal.
90 seconds left.
This game is a lot closer. If Josh gets called for 4 throwing penalties and allows 2 goals out of those 4.
Yeah, absolutely. Basically, finger tape flew off of somebody's hand and is sitting at half court right now. So the referee's removing that tape, and we'll start the game back on. 1:16 to go. Maine from left wing.
Okay. And who is number 7? Who is stepping out here?
Nathan's coming out.
And Dylan's coming in?
Dylan's coming in.
All right. And we're at 7-3. How many minutes left at this point?
Just 1:11.
1-1-1 left in the game. I don't think this one's going to a shootout. But with this game pretty well resolved, we can start thinking about the next game.
The next game, a rematch of the women's semifinal that you missed here at 8 a.m.
The Johnettes replaced by the Johns. And the Rattlers replaced by the Rattlesnakes. So the table official honks the honker. The official stopped the game, and it turns out the game clock was not running. Should we tell them it was at 1:11?
They can see it.
Oh, it didn't run. Hence, it's still at 1:11. Callahan asking if that throw would have scored with the goal have counted with the clock not running. Yes, the goal would have counted.
Wellborn from right wing. Ashu going quick with it. Blocked by Bueller.
Bueller's got it. Throws hard at Callahan, who blocks it out of bounds. All right, Callahan Young called for a long ball. Josh Wellborn probably correctly claiming the ball is wet. Very likely based on the wetness I'm hearing in Callahan's area. 49 seconds remaining. Score is 7-4 Manticore. And the Cobras 3 for 3 on penalty blocks. Am I remembering that correctly? Richard had the one, Nathan had the one, and Kellen had one. 3 for 3 on penalty blocks, one for each of them.
You know, it's not even really in character for the Cobras to be committing that many penalties.
Well, yeah, I mean, the 10-second penalty was, just a little mental lapse. Nathan's high ball
seems to have really affected them because I continue to hear Callahan talking about it.
Okay. Yeah, and you made a comment earlier that 10-second penalty that they chose Richard to defend. You felt like that was kind of the turning point. It was a 1-goal game, but that was kind of the moment where it was just like, the let go moment.
When's the next LA tournament? The next LA tournament is going to be the weekend of August 22nd. Let me confirm that is actually a weekend in August. Blocked by Wellborn. Pass to Maine. Maine throws from left wing, blocked out by Dylan.
Timeout called by Cobras.
Okay, August 22nd is a Friday, so yeah, that weekend is the 23rd and the 24th. Potentially, we will have games on Friday, but definitely Saturday and Sunday.
This game all but done. 7-4. Manticore leading. Cobras with the ball in a timeout. Less than a minute left. Don't know how many seconds exactly. The Johns and the Rattlesnakes eagerly awaiting their entrance to the court. 10:23 local time. And this next semifinal was supposed to start at 10. There are 20 seconds remaining.
Callahan from right wing now ripped one. And Wellborn rips one back and scores in the gap between Callahan and Richard.
Yeah. Making it 8-3 with around 10 seconds left.
Callahan across the body. Blocked by Bueller. Bueller thrown from right wing.
Okay, so we've got
I think that
a honker, maybe indicating beginning. Yes, that's
Okay,
what it was.
so
they were having troubles with the clock. There was a honker, honky, honk, honk as the ball was bouncing down the court.
and it actually scored at the moment that the honker happened too.
I think that the honker happened while the ball was at about the front line, but it did score.
Mhm. Well, not that it would matter. The
9-3
Cobras
instead
are
of
going to be
8-3.
playing for bronze.
Right.
And they're going to be playing for bronze against the loser of this next game.
So these teams exiting the court, the Johns and the Rattlesnakes trying to enter.
This is a nice little rematch of the finals from last year.
Johns Rattlesnakes. Rattlesnakes winning it last year, if I remember correctly.
3-2, though they did have Josh Wellborn as their center because Zach was rehabbing his unfortunate accident. But now Arambula's back. Wellborn's not involved in the game.
And the bronze game can't be a rematch of the bronze game last year because Omega and New York both eliminated yesterday.
Yeah, Omega and New York have been replaced by the two teams you just watched play.
Have they put any time on the clock? Any warm-up time for these two teams?
No, because the clock is not functioning.
We've got a non-functioning clock. Maybe a sometimes functioning clock. We can take a break. Second semifinal about to be underway. Rattlesnakes will start with the ball. Johns will defend. This is John Cusco in our first women's semifinal in here. We went into a shootout with the Lady Johns, the Johnettes, winning. And our second semifinal, we had the Manticore defeating the Cobras. And looks like I was incorrect. It does seem like the Johns will start with the ball. Jenks throws. Sounded like a Rambuletta block. Dropped in for the Johns. Blocked out. Dropped in. Snakes with the ball. Kind of a choppy start here. A lot of balls being blocked out of bounds. Pajaka with the ball. Wide left. Johns with the ball. Jenks throws out of bounds, wide to his right. Warning his team that the Snakes are moving around with it. They're going to have to play the ball straight a lot. Johns with the ball. Wide left. It seems like both of these teams are going after the corners. Johns with it. Arambula out front to get the ball. Passing back to Bijaka. Rattlesnakes with the ball. Rattlesnakes have it. Seems like there's a lot of nervous energy right now. Dropped in for the Johns. And the ice has been broken. Rattlesnakes score on an untouched goal, 1-0. Gray Pajaka feeling a little pumped up now. Snakes with the ball. Snakes with it again. Quick return from the Johns, wide right. Some collaboration at the wing. Full cross-court shot. Dropped into the Johns. Johns with it. Wide right. Ball was called out. Might have gone long had it not been out of bounds. Definitely flew across the mid portion of the court. Johns with the ball. First ball over of the game, coming back to the Rattlesnakes. Rattlesnakes with it. So on the Rattlesnakes on the court, we've got Zach Arambula, Gray Pejaka, and Yarmo Lopez. This was a team that kind of came together for the first Cinco de Goalball. Last throw from the Snakes did end up in the back of the net, was called out of bounds at the release of the throw. And I've got someone coming back with me who's going to give you the lineup for the Johns because I don't even know who's on that court.
It is Kapati with Andy and Mikey.
All right. And
was that who you predicted?
I didn't even try to guess.
That's pretty much who they've been playing in there.
What's our time check?
7:19.
So maybe with about 9 minutes left, the Rattlesnakes broke the ice with an untouched, I believe, gap shot.
Thrown by Gray or Will?
I believe Gray, but not certain on that one. Jenks getting some coaching from Leonella, asking what the spot is, and she told him 1. And he throws for the 1 and misses it, wide left. I would say that the Johns are throwing approximately 20% of their throws out of bounds right now.
Andy has been throwing his balls out of bounds pretty egregiously throughout this tournament. We were talking about that as he quick pitches right off of Arambula's feet. And Jenks gets a goal that way instead. You know, he is very versatile.
Yes, absolutely.
Pejaka from back center, moving to right now. Wings are switching. Lopez coming to left. And Pejaka, that's about as close to an ace as you can get without being one. Yeah. That was ball thrown from center, just past Andy, just past Mikey.
Yeah.
And that game is not tied for long.
It was not. All right. So we're at 2-1 Rattlesnakes. 6.5 minutes left in the first half. Almost about to enter the second quarter of the game. Some of that nervous energy is kind of dissipated, and we've kind of entered into like a cautious energy sort of feeling to me. Like still a little bit of fear out there. You don't want to blow the game.
Well, we're approaching the second quarter, so you know the adrenaline of the start of the game may be beginning to wear off a little bit.
Seems like the Rattlesnakes are having a lot more fun, and a lot of times that's a predictor of who's going to win a goalball game.
Gray throws one that Andy blocks forward, ball over. Mikey's all the way at half court.
Second ball over of the game. Both the Johns returning the ball to the Rattlesnakes.
Peziaka and Lopez are going to switch. Lopez is throwing from center, but he's going back to left wing. Jenks with a nice bounce ball down the line. Lopez trying to respond. Throws out of bounds.
Yeah.
Too far to his left. Capati comes over and takes the drop in. Moves back to his wing. Throws across the body. Blocked by Arambula. Pass back to Lopez. Takes a couple steps and shoots. Mikey
Now-
blocks it right on the line with his hands. Returns it out of bounds.
I'm going to go ahead and say that should have been a noise penalty from the Rattlesnakes because he said 5 after Will had taken his first step.
But that is not the noise penalty rule now. They reverted that.
Oh, I missed that. When did that change take effect? Because I totally missed
They
that.
basically came out in February and said, here's some changes that we're making. And also keep an eye out. We're going to be making some more probably before the third quarter.
Okay. I'll tell you the Brantford tournament in April was calling the noise penalty upon first movement toward the opposing team. .531.
I think a lot of Canadians got trained in Montreal
Yeah,
before.
before the kind of clarification. Yeah. 2-1 Rattlesnakes. 5:31 left in the first half. Got an eye shade adjustment, I believe, on Andy Jenks.
Is this a lower scoring game at this point than you thought it would be? And is this indicative of a low or high scoring game, 2-1 after the first quarter?
I think it's lower scoring than I expected, but not by a lot. I maybe expected 2 more goals by this point. And
Jenks.
I think that the lack of penalties being called is maybe the difference maker.
Peziaka off of Andy's face, and it catches with topspin and rolls into the corner just past Duran.
3-1
Shan Duran.
Rattlesnakes.
So Mike Coughlin out, Duran in.
Yeah. That 20% mark still about right for me. 20% of the Johns throws thrown out of bounds.
Will Lopez creeping back over to left wing. Throws a choppy ball that Jenks blocks. Thrown from the left side of center.
We've got an equipment check for Jenks to tie his
The whistle was blown at the same time a long ball would have been blown. So the Rattlesnakes thought they were going to get to throw a penalty just now.
Oh, I thought that there was a cheer because they made the block. But yeah, I agree with your read. It was a stoppage caused by
Great
Jenks.
throwing from back center.
A shoot-high stoppage, not a throwing stoppage.
2-hop bounce ball. Now Duran from left wing. Thrown at Peziaka's corner. Peziaka starting from his post. Into the gap. Handed off to Capati. Capati on right.
Oh. Nice shot of the Snakes blocking that ball out of bounds.
Will Lopez from the left.
And Jenks, kind of the driving force for his team. Here at the other end, the Rattlesnakes, kind of a more of an even push from all 3 players. Was that Pajaka on that quick return?
Yes.
It was nice.
Capote right off the whistle. Maybe catches Lopez slightly off guard.
Yeah.
And
They hadn't been doing that off the drop-ins. It had been a sweep almost every time, and so thrown right off the whistle there. And that really got a lot of excitement. The Johns are now the louder team.
Shandaran from left wing. Full cross-court shot. Pizziaca with the quick return blocked by Jenks in center. Duran from left wing. Stopped by Arambula. Handed off to Will Lopez. Retrieved by Andy. Pass back to Capote.
That ball had a lot of life to it.
Pizziaca from left wing. Blocked forward by Jenks.
That's the third time I've heard Andy call a ball loose before it's hit him.
3:09 to go. Lopez from right wing.
High ball call.
And a penalty now and a chance for the Johns to equalize.
First penalty call of the game. It was 3-1 just a moment ago. Could it be 3-3 now? No, it will not be. Penalty shot blocked.
Andy throws that one right down the line, and Will was playing at the high ball line on the same side of the ball. Pizziaca thrown from the gap. Hits Capote.
What's our time check?
2:55.
3 minutes. We're in the third eighth of the game.
Pizziaca from center to center.
The loud energy has switched.
Will Lopez with a quick return gets past Jenks' feet.
Snakes are playing very, very quiet, very calm. John's being much louder, much more boisterous.
Pizziaca lining up on his wing. 3-hop bounce ball. Hits Jenks in the armpit. Jenks takes the ball to back center. Throws the ball straight in front of him, center to center. Arambula hands it off to Lopez from right wing. It's Jenks in the legs. Hands it off to Duran. Duran creeping towards center while he throws. Cross-court shot. Quick return by Pizziaca.
And this gymnasium is very quiet right now.
Shot to the near side gap by Capote. And now Pizziaca going for a full cross, and he bangs it in. Untouched. Just
side of the goal. Yeah.
Slash under the left wing's arms. 4-2.
4-2.
Tries to get it back, but blocked by Arambula. Now Pizziaca going for another one. This time in that wing's gap, but he's there. Jenks down 2. Goes right at center. Arambula locking it down, handing it off to Will.
Ooh.
That hit body and then it hit post.
Body post out of bounds.
Kapati across the face. Rambo pushes it to Lopez. And then Lopez. Cross court, but out of bounds. 42 seconds to go in the half.
All right. Can they maintain or add to this 2-goal lead?
Andy Jenks from the right wing.
Or can the
The Rocket.
Giants take one down? Make it a 1-goal game for halftime.
Kapati on right wing. Thrown from the gap to the corner. Blocked by Pisiaka. Pisiaka from center. Blocked by Duran. And yeah, we knew that they were going to take a timeout there. Andy was telling the coach last possession, hey, let's use our first half timeout.
Well, he said, had we called a TO yet? And Leonella said no. And he said, okay. So maybe not a direction to take it, but a clear implication that maybe we should.
He said, call it next possession.
Did he say those
Yes,
words?
yes.
I missed those. I missed those words. That's a good call. So what? We're less than 20 here. What are we at?
13 seconds.
Okay.
What's the shot? That's the question. Is what's the shot?
I think Jason cut gap.
And this is assuming that Pesiaka is on left wing.
I don't think it matters. I think I liked his throw from over there. I think they're expecting Andy to take it. I think they haven't thrown a lot from the sidelines.
It does look like Andy's going to take it. Jenks step into the left side of center. Hits Will straight in the chest. Will thrown from right wing. 3-hopper. Jenks taps out of bounds. 2 seconds. And Kapati gets it off.
Yeah, he did. That was great. 2 seconds. That ball could have scored. That was good.
All right, 4-2 going into half. The home team, Rattlesnakes, lead.
This is about where I expect. I probably thought maybe 5-3 instead of 4-2. You give each team one more goal. Only one penalty called so far, and it was blocked by Will. So penalty's not really a big factor so far. 2 balls over from the Johns, 0 from the Rattlesnakes.
Wow, you remember that?
There's been a lot less ball overs in this game than the last one. So yeah, I mean there's been a lot more when the ball is not thrown near the sidelines, these players are doing a really good job of containing it. Not a lot of balls getting bounced way out front.
All right, so right now we have somebody summarizing all of the goals scored. We weren't able to take like full statistics for every game. So for the best offensive player, we're going to do a goals per game stat, I think. But
Goals
just
per games played.
Yeah, just from the
you
four
have
teams,
to do it that way. You can't just say total goals scored, because the 2 teams that that finished first in their pool did not have a quarterfinal matchup. They had a bye at that round, so they would have less games played. So you got to give them that advantage back.
We were just going to do
a straight scoring percentage.
If you
if you
threw
got
the ball
stats
more than 100 times.
So if you have more than 100 throws, then the highest scoring percentage for that offensive player award.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think goals scored per game played is an alternative that, although not as good, still very statistical and really gets at the spirit of the award. Are we allowed to talk about who we're thinking for defensive player at this point, or is this?
I think that was what I was leading into.
Okay, that's great.
I don't know if we'll do goals per game played either. That was an idea, but it might have to be total goals scored. At least we have the total goals scored. At least we have those stats.
Yeah.
So
Why wouldn't you then divide by games played? I think that's a fair way to do it.
so
Defensively, though.
yeah, I think we just kind of get to pick. It used to just be me, but now you get to join.
Well, I mean, it feels weird not picking a defensive player of the tournament who's playing in. Picking someone who's not playing in the gold medal game they've got to really be standing on their head to kind of get that honor. And
Yeah, well, we just watched the last game,
yeah,
and
going into that game, we had talked about Richard a little bit, but that was not his best defensive performance there in that semifinal. So
no, the Manicores, they all played pretty well. They gave up 3 goals?
Yeah, 3 goals. None of them were penalties. I mean, I think if you have to pick someone on that team who played the best defense in the role that they were playing, I would give it to Jordan probably.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. And then
he had arguably an easier role than Josh was playing, but that he did great at the role he played. And then of these two teams, how you feeling?
I mean, you probably gotta. I mean, you probably gotta give it to Arambula.
I would imagine if you're picking a snake.
Yeah.
And then, although I really did like that penalty shot block there from Will. That was pretty tight. Just waiting over there for that. That was nice. And then on the Johns, I mean, you'd have to pick Andy, which isn't, he's made a couple mistakes defensively, but of those 3 guys, I think, or 4 guys who've played this game, that's the one you pick. That's a hard one to pick in this tournament.
Yeah, it'll be nice to see the
bronze
the final.
And the
Yeah. Then we're gonna have to do the ladies too.
That's gonna be hard.
I've been watching all the games that have been in here.
Yeah.
This was the first time I saw the Johnettes all tournament.
Renegades.
But they were impressive to me.
Yeah, absolutely.
That was a fun game.
Renegades versus Rattlers is the next game in here, the women's bronze. Some loud energy over there coming from the Rattlesnakes. Loud yell from the Johns.
All right, Pisiaka's starting from center. Hits Durant. He throws from left wing. Off of Arambula's toes, right into Pisiaka's chest.
And the Rattlesnakes are definitely having more fun than the Johns right now.
Pisiaka, straight gap to gap shot.
Hard to have fun when you're losing.
Hand off to Lopez from right wing. Andy Jenks blocks in center. Jenks from center to center. Blocked by Arambula. Handed off to Pisiaka. Goes from left. Durant throws over rotation on his spin, and that was out of bounds immediately.
Yeah. No substitutions at halftime.
Lopez from left wing. And that was also out of bounds immediately. Jenks throwing from right wing. Near side gap. Handled easily by Arambula.
The first ball over for the Rattlesnakes.
Grabbed it right at the line.
All right, so we have had a lot of out of bounds throws in the past 30 seconds here.
Kapati did a good job of throwing off the whistle that time too, but out immediately. Duran from left wing. Spins. Nice. Close corner. Hit the water bottle.
Hit the water bottle.
Tiziaka. Straight down the line. Tiziaka. Hands off to Kapati. Kapati from right wing. Close to the corner.
You know, based on what I'm hearing from Coach Linnell over there, these guys I think are aiming at a certain player's corner.
Lopez throws a bounce ball blocked by the arms of Jenks. Throws from left wing. Hits Lopez at the end of his wing line. Lopez now throwing from right wing. Straight down the court. Blocked by Duran. Going back at the corner in front of him, but out in front of the wing line. Kapati sweeping, throwing back cross court. Blocked by Piziaka. Piziaka wearing the number 13.
Lucky number.
Straight gap to gap. There was a hole there.
Yeah.
But he still did hit
Jason?
foot. Yes.
Yeah. So we're at
Rattlesnakes
5-2.
just grinding out a lead. 3 minutes into the second half. Lopez thrown from right wing. Blocked by Kapati. Handed off to Andy Jenks. Jenks thrown from right wing.
We've got an airplane.
Blocked by Piziaka. Piziaka starting out of bounds to throw a full cross court shot. Handled by Durand. Zach Arambula doing a good job with that change of pace bounce ball. Lopez, full cross court shot. Stopped by Kapati, who's sweeping over to the left side. Throwing back cross court. Stopped by Piziaka. Hits Jenks in center. He's going to throw right at the high ball line. Good job staying unpenalized there.
Definitely.
That's very John Cusco-esque.
Oh, that was our longest set of flow of this half. 8:12 remaining. 5-2 Rattlesnakes leading the Johns.
Duran thrown from left wing. That was a nice gap-to-gap shot. Good block by Arambula. Lopez. Thrown from the end of his wing line. And now Jenks lining up at his post. Moving in towards center as he throws. And
call.
That is a long ball, ladies and gentlemen.
Not an official time to have him tie his shoe. So,
all right, well,
first penalty called against.
He's
the
lined
Johns.
up at the high ball line before the quiet, please. You think he's going to move?
Nope.
Arambula moves to the left side. goes cross court, but it's blocked
He's
at the
just
high
waiting
ball
for it.
line near center court,
Yeah.
because that's where a
Cross
cross
court.
court ball is
Yeah.
at the high ball line.
Yeah. So keeps this alive, 5-2. You're still in this game. 6-2. It's starting to get away from you.
Peziaka blocked that ball and returned it to the gap.
Okay. What do you think? 7-minute mark to start stopping the clock when you're down by 3? Evenly space them?
A
A little early?
little early
All right,
to
so-
just like evenly space them, but this
Okay.
is a good time to just use a sub.
Okay.
You
You got
why
a deep
not?
bench.
Yeah.
So who is it that's stepping out?
So Shan's coming out, Shan Duran, Mike Coughlin.
Okay, and this is how they started
The
the
Wiley
game.
vet back in. They're going to put him at center so that Andy can play left. And now Jenks throwing from left straight down the line.
Seems to have already paid off. Right down the line. Is it Will playing in right there?
Yeah. And 5-3 now.
Yeah.
Just a tiny little spark of life for the Johns.
Absolutely. And that block was huge.
Blocked by Coughlin. Passed off to Kapati. And then Aramula handed it off to Peziaka. Peziaka from left. Full cross-court shot. Out past the wing line, so pretty close.
Yeah, definitely.
Jenks, 2-hop bounce ball. Kicked out of the air by Arambula.
2-hop bounce ball with a lot of speed to it.
Peziaka creeping around. Blocked by Jenks.
Going for that corner again, but
A little bit out. Will Lopez. Switching wings with Peziaka. Throwing from left. Over rotation, out of bounds. 6:40 to go. Kapati. 2-hopper, blocked out by Lopez. Lopez. Hand off to Peziaka. Peziaka. It's Jenks on left wing. Jenks. Nice shot down the line, blocked out by Peziaka. That was a very hard shot. Andy throwing from left.
well, I think that's unsporting conduct. Pretty straightforward.
Peziaka saying, "You stink."
Yeah. I don't think that's arguable.
Kapati throwing from right wing. Hits Lopez in the chest. Lopez from left wing. Almost straight down the line, but out of bounds.
Yeah. Probably.
Probably you can't say you stink.
No, you definitely can't say that. His
Okay.
throw probably was a long ball, though.
Yeah, it seemed like the ball was super wet. Honestly.
Yeah. If the Rattlesnakes can keep the ball out of their goal for the next 2 minutes, I don't think the Johns can handle that.
Kapati thrown from right wing. Full cross-court shot blocked by Lopez. We're in the fourth quarter now. 5:28 to go.
Nice 28.
Will with a full cross-court shot.
2-goal game.
Kapati from right wing. Hands off to Jenks at back center. Jenks from left. Out of bounds at around the wing line.
All right, and we've got a collaboration over there between Gray and Will.
And they're wiping the wall dry right now.
Okay. Noticing the ball being wet. Okay, that's interesting. Room getting a little louder. Manicore's in the house. In the fourth quarter, 2-goal game. Some frustration on the Johns, for the Johns. Probably a missed long ball call. Got them a little tilted. Maybe they've recentered themselves.
Either way, Peziaka starting from back center, moving to left wing. A couple hot bounce ball blocked out by Kapati. Peziaka, full cross-court shot. Andy Jenks with a quick return blocked out by Arambula. And Zach really is having a great game right now.
Okay. Man, that's the read that I had, but I'm glad to hear you say it too.
Peziaka almost gets one through. Past the center, but not quite past Kapati on the right wing. Does create a ball over.
Third ball over for the Johns.
4:46. Peziaka, full cross-court shot. Andy Jenks, sweeping one direction, running around, coming back the other. Maybe would have had some opportunity to score if that was more of an angle in towards center. Instead, a slower 3-hop bounce ball ends up being mistimed by the offside wing, and now it's 6-3 Rattlesnakes. The home team can taste the trip to the championship.
And definitely a sound of disappointment when that ball hit, and they knew it was going in. Kind of a loud sigh from the Johns.
Peziaka across the face, blocked by Andy.
Okay.
They got to figure out a way to score 3 times in 4 minutes.
I also got to keep the ball out of their own goal.
Both those things going to be pretty hard to do.
Yeah. So far, a lot of the play in this game has been pretty equal. Each team called for a penalty, and that penalty blocked. You know, not very lopsided in any real statistic, other than the fact that the Snakes got 3 more goals than the Johns.
I think we're watching a pretty good goal ball overall.
Absolutely. Yeah.
It's kind of refreshing, surprising. I'm a little awestruck that it's only 6-3.
Yeah. 9 goals at this point in the game doesn't seem like enough, and I think the big difference is the penalties. You know, there's no goals from penalties in this game, and I would have expected maybe 3 by this point in the game.
All right, Andy Jenks from left wing.
Can the Snakes maintain this defensive intensity?
You know, Andy's throwing good balls. Maybe they score if he hits extremities, but really low chance of them scoring unless he does. They're just pretty low to the ground, and Zach is a stocky center.
Yeah. Yeah, and I know that one of the reasons that the Johns are throwing so many balls at the corners is they talk about how this Rattlesnake team is a short team, and so they're trying to find those corners because that's the spot where there's less human beings. Pajaka with the ball
from left. Will was trying to call a timeout that last possession. I don't think anybody saw him. Jason Capati, he sweeps around to Andy's side, and again, if he has a cut gap angle there that he could score on.
Okay. 6-3, Rattlesnakes leading the Johns. 3 minutes and 7 seconds left in the game. About to enter the eighth.
That's a math teacher right there. Should we be dividing Goalball up into eighths in our head, do you think?
I always have, since we went to 12-minute halves. Will Andy come get this ball?
He does, and he throws from the right wing. But straight body in center.
Randall is going to throw this one, huh? Zach with the throw.
Nope. Pizjaka still.
Yeah.
Jenks from left wing. Will Lopez from the right. Cross-court shot out of bounds.
Yeah.
Time is really winding down. 2:34 left.
Yeah.
And they have thrown so many balls out of bounds. It's crazy.
That's 20% or so. The Rattlesnakes aren't that far behind them, though, either. So that's been the one maybe negative statistic.
Capati handing off to Jenks. Pretty expected. Jenks going back over to the left wing. Hits Will right at the end of the wing line. Will doing a good job of not really overextending. Winds up and throws a cross-court shot.
Andy backed into the goal pretty hard there on that last throw, and then the goal came down as he was taking his approach. Happened to me a couple times this tournament as well. You can kind of do that on purpose to get the goal to make a bunch of noise to cover what you're doing. I think if you did it more than once or twice a game, though, the official might start saying something to you. What's your read on that?
I mentioned that when you were doing it before you had injured yourself, asking. Actually, I think it was in the game that you did injure yourself. You were doing it, the backing up into the goal, and then it was slamming down. And I think I was talking to Chris about if it should be called a noise penalty.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a great question, and I think it happened twice in that game, and one time was accidental, and the second time I was like, well, that was kind of fun. Let's see if I can do that on purpose.
Andy Jenks from left wing, firing at the corner, but what was that?
I would expect another stoppage here from the Johns. And I didn't get one.
Holland. Hand off to Capati. Capati throws at the gap, but Randy was there. Hand off to Pizjaka.
And
past Coughlin's feet into
Okay.
Andy's body.
I think they're just trying to play it out now.
90 seconds to go.
3-goal deficit. Be hard to come back.
They're down 3.
Yeah.
And that one got popped up. Good pushback, though. They at least are doing the part of not allowing goals, but
Yeah.
they're going to need a goal probably on their next throw to really actually be able to survive. 109 left.
Yeah. And they've used, I think, only one substitution in this half and one timeout. So they have 2 of each, I believe. So four times to stop. If they're going to use all 4, they should be stopping it every time they get the ball.
Yeah.
What's the read? How do you feel? Who's got the ball for the Snakes right now?
Pizyaka.
You
And
think he'll
he's going
keep
to
it
try to
inbounds?
score. For sure. Pizyaka, full cross court shot. Buries it in Jank's corner.
His last 3 attempts
7-3.
at that throw all went out of bounds, so he found the spot to bury the game. He found the spot. All right, I think that pretty solidly settles this one. So the final matchup will be the Johns playing the Cobras for bronze, and the Rattlesnakes squaring off against the Manticore.
Yep. After this, we have our women's bronze and then women's gold, I think, in a row.
I think so. Because they played the semifinals at the same time.
Jenks.
Snakes blocking it out. It's going to be dropped into Gray Pajaka. There are 44 seconds left. Snakes 7, Johns 3. And the Snakes are doing a substitution. Number 6 out, number 8 in. The women's. Okay, is Chewy coming in. And Zach Arambula stepped out. Leonella just called for a substitution as well at the Johns end of the courts. Jason coming out in number 6. .44 seconds here to close out the second semifinal for the men. A little bit of noise at the one end of the court. I think the ladies teams who are playing in this next game have entered the room. A little bit of banter and lighthearted conversation from the Rattlesnakes end, and pretty quiet on the Johns end of the court. Johns make a block. Jenks' throw called for a long ball. 32 seconds left. This is the second long ball penalty called against Andy in this game, both in the second half. The first one he blocked up at the high ball line. So the call was noise, not a noise penalty, just noise, that there was noise in the room. And so they are going to replay this penalty shot. And Mandy blocks this one as well. So 2 for 2 on blocking penalty shots in this game. Still a 4-goal game. I'm pushing the 10-second clock here.
Taking that from back center. Maybe got away with one there.
I think so too. And the Snakes have their second ball over of the tournament. Well, not the tournament. That'd be incredible. Of the game.
Canton from right wing. Great shot. Right in the gap.
Just really, really well placed. Yeah.
Right underneath Chewy's arms. Padding the stats.
Yep.
7-4. 9 seconds to go.
Yeah. Will this be the last throw? Something's happening. There's some conversation.
Oh no, and a high ball.
too far
Just
forward.
decline it. Please decline it.
Okay,
We
they
need to
did
move
say
forward.
the word decline. Penalty is declined.
2 seconds.
2 seconds. Will is calling for his team to hold the ball. So this should do it officially.
Yep.
And
Texas headed back to the championship game to
Yep.
defend their title from last year, getting to play against the Manticores, who have a silver medal the first year of this tournament.
And our prediction at this point, that the defensive player on the men's side will come down to probably either Zach Arambula or Jordan Main.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how the Manticores come out if Wellborn in center is like as good of a strategy against Texas as it was against the Cobras.
Right, that's fair. That's fair. All right, I'm going to step out.
again, come up here.
Hey, Zach. 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 Can you give me coffee? Can you give me coffee? 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 Yeah.
Sip of coffee to get me going.
Hey, there you are. I'm trying to find you.
For hot mic.
Grab your phone.
On the left, Iman Awad, Monica Wegner, Natalia Shoot, I forgot her last name. Natalia Tobia. I was going to say Toshiba, but I knew that was wrong.
Tobia.
That means Diana Johnson on the bench with Coach Brandon Young. Out on the floor for Texas Rattlesnakes on right wing. Faith Penn. Ashley Malero in center, and on left wing, Demetria Ober.
What you having, man?
Malero in center, blocked by the Renegade center. Joining me for this game, it's no longer John Cusco. It's going to be Richie Flores, who, the president of what?
Lots of things, man.
Oh, man. Well, thank you for gracing the commentator booth with your
Not
presence.
the United States, though.
What do you know about these two teams playing for bronze right now?
So we have the Renegades, right?
Yes.
Based out of Berkeley. I practice with them every week on Wednesdays at the recreational center there at the adult school, Berkeley Adult School. This is their first or their second regional tournament. I guess they went to SoCal. Did pretty well there. This is the bronze, huh?
This is the bronze.
And then I know the Texas girls because I'm originally from Texas, and Faith Penn talks to me sometimes.
These two teams had very different semifinal games.
I saw the shootout on the YouTube. That was a great game earlier with Texas, but
Yeah, Texas ended up losing in a shootout, and I think that the Renegades ended up losing like 5-1 or something like that. So
did they have Natalia playing center? Or
yes,
who's
they
playing
do.
center for the Renegades? Okay.
Yeah, they have Natalia in center.
She's usually their starting center. But
that ball blocked out by Penn.
Monica and Diana, their best throwers. And then I guess Iman joined them for the fourth person on the roster there.
So Faith Penn thrown from right wing.
Okay.
Hits Iman, blocked by her.
She's on the right wing.
Iman's going to be playing left, and Monica's playing right.
Okay.
So yeah, one team had a really long semifinal, and the other team just had a normal one. Normal loss in regulation, and we were in here for about an hour and a half. That's why we're about a half hour behind.
We have Demetra playing left and Ashley in the middle here on the Texas side.
That's correct. Yeah. And I've seen the wings on Texas switch. They switched last game certain times. You know much about that?
No.
Okay.
No, I mean, that's probably a Zach and Will coaching strategy. You know, they practice here at this gym twice a week, Wednesdays and Fridays, I hear. So they've been gearing up for this tournament, hometown tournament. Oh, there's a goal.
And that shot from Monica right off of the foot of Ashley Malero. And the Renegades are up 1-0.
It would be
now, I believe this is a rematch, if I'm not mistaken,
Texas
of a pool play game.
Yeah, Texas beat them earlier this week.
And I think that they only beat them by 1. I think I commentated that game in this gym. That's blocked by Natalia. She's going to take the throw.
The Renegades had a great game yesterday where Monica scored like 2 or 3 goals in the last 2 minutes.
Yeah, I think that was to beat the ECA team in their quarterfinal.
Both
going from left wing.
Okay, some adversity here. So Diana's on the bench, huh, for Renegades?
Yep, that seems to be the case. And then Malero, as she throws and hits Iman.
Brandon likes to really take the 6-minute sub rule. He kind of really tries to get everybody in every game. And so sometimes that works to his benefit for everybody's energy level, but sometimes I've seen him take out a thrower, to just kind of do the submission or the substitution just to get everybody in. He rotates really well, or fairly, I guess.
Well, yeah, and I think it's easier to do when you have players that are fairly interchangeable, maybe like fairly comparable level of defense.
Everybody's played center in the Renegades. Monica can play center. Diana's played. I don't know if Diana's played this tournament yet, but in practice she has. And Iman can play everywhere.
Malero throws toward the corner, just out.
Yeah, sometimes I don't get to hear Ashley throw too much. So that's good to hear her take a shot there.
Monica taking her shot.
Ooh. Yeah, Monica has a great throw.
Over.
Monica has a bounce throw too. Just double skipping.
Over across the face to the center, blocked by Iman. And then Iman hits Malero in center. Malero shooting for the gap. Just to the right side of center, blocked by Iman. Thrown back by Iman. Straight center. We're approaching the second quarter pretty soon here.
All right,
We'll see
if Brandon pulls the trigger for the substitutions.
substitution or maybe a timeout. Seems like these ladies are hitting the center right in the center, not making them move very much. Monica from just the right side of center. Hits Dimitri on left.
They're working Ashley.
Natalia finally gets it.
All right, there you go. Brandon calls a timeout.
Yep. Save the possession, and hey, it's at 6 minutes anyway, so
Yep.
works out.
Let's talk about it. Yeah, he's going to put Diana in at some point because she's a good scorer for that team. Monica and Diana at the wings. Both
Well, right now it's a 1-goal game, right? So really, as long as you're playing good defense, you can just grind this out for a long time.
Yeah, and I think the last time they played, it was probably about a 6 or 7 to 6 or something like that. So you know that just defense is tightened up, here in these, medal games for sure. You're not going to see this high scoring. I guess, yeah, we saw overtime 3-1. Overtime shootout 3-1. Bronze medal.
Renegades starting with the ball in right wing, thrown right off the whistle straight down the line. Blocked out by Ober.
A big feather in the cap to bring home the bronze for California and to knock out the hometown team.
Blocked by Iman. Now thrown by her. Straight to center.
Interesting.
Rolled over to Faith.
Oh, okay, Faith. Let's take a shot here.
There may have been a gap between the center and wing, but Awad came in and closed it.
Oh, communication. Oh, there we go.
I think that she shouted that ball out of the goal there.
Oh, that sounded close to a goal there. And I think Iman was a little nervous about that one. Good thing it went out.
Bit of a loose ball rolling towards the corner, but out of bounds before the post.
Texas has it.
Faith throwing from her wing. Cross court. Blocked by the offside wing.
Okay.
Right wing from the Renegades.
Monica.
Hits Faith, who passes to Ashley.
Okay.
Ashley throws to her right. Blocked by Iman. Pass to Monica. Monica out at the wing line.
I think Monica should take a few more of those shots right there. Try to hit the pole and bounce it in. Interesting enough for this tournament, I think the highest scorer gets some sort of award, financial award, I think.
$250.
Yeah.
We're getting those stats summarized right now as we speak. One of the volunteers is helping us out.
Yeah, I'm interested to see definitely who gets it on the male side, but since this is a 6-team female tournament, there's going to be a few nominees there.
Monica throws a ball into the gap that Demetria blocks.
Brandon's going to hold off on Diana till the second half, I think.
Or maybe do it at 3 minutes.
Are we there now? Where are we at?
We're at 3:30.
Okay. We'll see. We'll see.
Monica taking a shot from right wing.
Yeah, I definitely, at least in the second half, try to get my strongest goal scorers, throwers in the game, and that would include Diana, in my opinion. From practicing with them.
Yeah, but you're up 1.
Yeah.
So
I guess you got to have the
cares?
tightest defense too, right? I guess. But Diana's pretty solid on the wing, defensively.
For sure.
Yeah.
Not saying she's not.
Yeah.
Just saying, the moment that you start like thinking about, oh man, I want to
Just
make my offense better.
Yeah.
When you already have a 1-goal lead.
Right.
I don't know
It's
about
more
that.
about solidifying that or protecting that. Protect the
I
lead.
think that could
Defense win
come and bite
championships.
you.
I just want to be a goal scorer, Boyle.
You want your name in the record books, huh, Richie?
I want to throw the ball hard, man.
Monica throws the ball
there.
down the line.
Yeah. More of those, Monica, down the line.
Demetria over.
Oof. She's a good quarterback in the center. She always talks. She's probably. Oh no! There's the goal to tie it up.
Just a slow one that rolled right over Natalia's body and slowly into the net.
That's one thing we got to practice there. I think the rolling back or falling back.
The loose ball defense.
Yeah.
Pushing back, getting back into the net. Think we'll see another overtime and shootout.
Oh no, yeah, that's right. Here we go. Okay.
We really, for next year need to get a stream in the other gym with somehow having commentary, maybe remotely or something, so that we can just utilize both gyms and we don't miss streaming any games.
Yeah. Well, shout out to Tappy this has been probably one of the most consistent, having someone like you at the thing and bringing in different voices. So I've appreciated that, and streaming's hard, volunteership is hard, trying to get everything done. But shout out to Tappy Sports for 3 days of YouTube Goalball for you.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, it gets a little exhausting.
Yeah, I can bet. I think.
But we're on the home stretch.
Under 3 minutes.
From the left wing.
Demetria still has a pretty strong throw for 3 days of tossing, man.
Iman hits Faith. Faith. Full cross.
Was it Demetria who scored that goal over Natalia? I think it was.
No, I think it was Ashley.
It was Ashley. Okay. Good shot there.
Over. Hits a wad.
Iman hasn't. She's such a veteran, though. She hasn't been to our practices, and she seems pretty solid. Kind of coming off the plane here, and
About 13 seconds left in this half. Natalia taking this throw. Maybe one more scoreable ball before we go into halftime.
Hurry up. There we go.
Ashley throws this one, and it pops up, and
Is the score?
it goes in.
They're going to count it?
Yes.
Oh,
they're gonna
wow.
count
2-1.
They're going to count it.
Right at the buzzer. Ashley with 2 goals, huh? Yeah. Ashley's asking if it's a goal.
It was that
That counts
ball,
2 for Ashley in this
that
game.
ball just
I heard the
tipped
whistle before the buzzer.
Yeah, it tipped up off of Awad's toes, slowly trickled into the net just as time was expiring.
Yeah, you know,
That's
sometimes.
big.
Oh, man, that's a big score. All right, 2-1. 5 minutes of halftime. They're not switching sides, huh?
They're switching sides.
Are they? Okay. So we're going to have Texas on the left when they come back and Renegades on the right. We'll see if they do any subs. And my backseat coaching over here with my practice mates, I would like Diana in the game here. But that's why Brandon's over there, and he doesn't know I'm over here.
Did you play in this tournament this weekend?
No, man. Like
Why not?
Oh man, when I saw all the teams coming, I wasn't ready for this boxing match. I gotta prepare for. I did the national one year, and that taught me a lot. I go play in my SoCal, my practice and little regional tournaments. But I played Cascade one time. But yeah, you got to really train hard for this tournament. The way it's turned out, it's one of the biggest regional tournaments. Has I don't know what 4 or 5 former Paralympians or current Paralympians playing here.
There's a lot of fun clubs to watch at this tournament.
Yeah.
For the guys.
I'm just a adaptive sports enthusiast, and I go back with Will and Zach a long time. I used to work here at the School for the Blind 10 years ago, so just coming back to see that this is a cool group. They have cool facilities now, a great gym. They have a whole goalball room. It's like just a room made for a goalball court. It's pretty awesome here at the Texas School for the Blind.
You live in the Bay Area now?
Yeah. I live in Berkeley. And Brandon runs that the Berkeley Recreation Program, Adapted Sports, and we do goalball there most Wednesdays with volunteership from the Delta Gamma. Anybody trying to get volunteers for your goalball programs, call your local Delta Gammas. They show up. They even put a mask on sometimes and play when we don't have enough players.
You guys have a lot of people up there, though, usually, don't you?
It's gotten bigger, It's ebbed and flowed, I think after pandemic, we had to kind of build it back up, and some of the veterans stopped coming. Chemnitz doesn't come regularly, and Victor, Tom moved out to DC, so we had to kind of build a new base. But Roger Kuna, he keeps it alive. He's been there a long time. He's a regular, and I'll come probably 2 to 3 Wednesdays if I can't make them all. And then so many females started joining that they created a team to travel. BORP is actually funding them. They fund a lot of wheelchair basketball, rugby, traveling teams like that. But it's been a while since they've funded a traveling goalball team. And so shout out to BORP Recreation Program there in Berkeley to send Monica, Diana, Iman, and Natalia over here to play some goalball, learn a lot. I think they're going to walk away with a lot of information. Yeah, I think the Texas found out that I'm on the commentation.
What makes you say that?
They're telling me to behave down there. I heard they say Richie behave.
He's being nice.
It's been more than 5 minute half here.
Uh,
Oh, here we go. All right. Who's our referee? Do we know?
Linda Wellborn is one of them, and I feel bad that I don't know the name of the other one.
I haven't heard their voice. I might know it, but
Rose. What's that ref's name?
oh, Janelle. Okay.
Chanel's the other one.
Yeah, that's another cool thing that Will and Zach have done around here is find a lot of. They're teaching folks how to referee down here. It's like 3 Texas referees.
That's what you have to do.
Yeah.
If you want to have an awesome tournament, you need to have a lot of local referees. Because otherwise, you're spending thousands of dollars to fly them in.
Yeah. Janelle's Texas. Mary. Tim. David. I haven't met David, but 4. So like, yeah.
Yeah, when we have our tournament in LA, usually I end up reffing almost every game
Yeah, I remember that.
with like one other guy, maybe 2.
Refereeing, scorekeeping, timekeeping.
So, trying to build up some refs in Southern California, hopefully.
Best peanut butter and jelly sandwiches at a Goalball tournament. I tell you what.
At the LA
At
tournament?
the LA tournament. On demand. Anytime you want. For free.
You're making me hungry, dude. I need
know.
somebody to bring me lunch. They have lunch serving yet?
You didn't have a breakfast taco earlier? I heard there was tacos. I haven't had one. Zach said he was gonna look for one for you. Oh, they're down there.
All right, so because of that last second goal, we are not tied. We are starting the second half 2-1.
Texas on my left. Renegades on the right.
All right, so California must have heard you. They've been listening because
Diana's in, huh?
took out Natalia, and yeah.
So they subbed out Iman or Monica?
No, they subbed out Natalia.
Oh, Natalia, yeah.
Iman's going to play center, and
okay,
Diana is going to play right wing.
Iman has medaled in a lot of regional tournaments. I think even nationally. So she's the veteran on this team.
All right. Ashley throwing from center.
Ashley with the hot hand.
Iman catches it in her arms. Diana. Blocked by Ashley. Ashley thrown again. At the gap. To Awad's feet. Pass back to Johnson.
There he goes, Johnson. Nice throw. Ooh. Got a paw on that. Pushed it out.
Some heat on that one.
Oh, that sounded too easy there. Oh my gosh, that
was
snuck
a
in.
full cross-court shot from the lefty, Demetria Ober.
Wow.
And
Demetrius,
that scored untouched
3-1
in the corner.
Was that Monica's side?
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
Penn. Starting at her corner. Throwing a full cross-court shot. Blocked by Diana.
So I'm guessing Texas don't have any subs, huh? It's just 3 girls playing all the way through every game, huh?
Texas has one player on their bench.
Okay.
Penn from right wing. Blocked out by Awad's feet. Diana tripped up a bit when she was throwing there. Had to regain her balance. And ends up throwing out.
Come on, Faye. Let's go.
Penn from right wing. Stop by Hawan. Passed off to Monica.
I'm
Blocked.
surprised we haven't heard too many bounce balls from Monica in this game. I think that could be just kind of a tired kind of thing, and maybe at this point of the tournament, those are hard to throw. But Monica has a good bounce throw that has some scoring potential. They can fit it into the repertoire.
Demetria has the ball in left wing.
Demetria almost gets another good potential score there. Good save by the girls. Renegades. Ooh, there's the bounce. There it is. Richie knows some goalball, doesn't he?
Dang, Richie.
With a bounce. I called it.
You got to stay up here for the next game, too.
Backseat coach. That was a Monica throw, right? Was that Monica?
Yeah.
Yeah.
3-2 now.
3-2.
Over. Trying to go back to the corner.
Setting it up. Has some spin on it.
Ober's going to take another one. Blocked by a Watt in center.
Moving to Monica. Here we go. Bounce. Nope.
Blocked by Faith. Finding the net.
Was that bounce? Like, did it hit the gap, I guess?
Yeah, it did. It looked like Ashley didn't really dive.
Yeah. Ashley play on her hip in the center there? Or on her knee? There's a couple of ways people sit up there. Right?
That's a good question. I'll tell you in a moment.
Yeah.
On her knee.
I know most of us play on our hip. Well, I don't know. Natalia likes to play on her knee, I think.
Ober from left wing. Nice hard ball.
Oh, that sounded dangerous.
Monica. Oh, and Faith mishandles it. And Ashley was able to get
rolled
it
out
last
slowly.
Moment and get rid of it. But they will lose the possession, but they saved the goal.
Yeah. That was close. It was kind of rolling down that back line?
That's the importance of Faith at least yelling and alerting her teammates that there was a loose ball so she could turn around and make an effort to save it.
I didn't hear too much scrambling, but
Diana with a throw there. Demetria responding.
All right, Monica. Right at Faith. Ooh, that's a quiet ball.
Diana blocking and throwing.
Okay. Yeah, Diana has to work on straighten it out a little bit. She throws it out quite a bit.
Faith from right wing. And Diana responding, but throwing out near half court.
And Diana's also kind of the de facto captain, so I think she's the one who advocated for there to be a traveling girls team. So shout out to Diana.
Demetria.
Wow.
Across the face.
That sounded great from the get-go. Demetria, right?
Yep. From her wing, across the face of Iman, through the arms of Monica, right into the gap there. 4-2.
That sounded like a great setup from the beginning, too. 4-2.
It's late in the tournament. Demetria's throwing harder now than it seems like she has been.
Yeah, she
Oh,
hasn't
and
lost.
another one popped up by
Amy
Iman. And
Spin, no. Okay,
just a little bit of unluck,
pulling away
a
here is
little bit of bad
Texas.
luck, a little bit of miscommunication, and all of a sudden it's 5-2. And we're approaching the fourth quarter now, 6:38 to go.
Yeah, I mean that's one thing is Iman. The other three girls have practiced a lot more together than Iman. But Yvonne's better in ship, so she can come and play. But it really shows that Texas. These three girls have played together. I mean that's the traveling team. They won the SoCal tournament last year. Um, I think they were in Arizona and did pretty well out there too.
Well, not this year, because I think the Arizona tournament just had a pool team and the Arizona girls this year. So
Well, I'm wondering where Texas, because Texas has to qualify for nationals, so I'm wondering where they're going to do that if it wasn't Arizona, huh?
well, they'll have to go to Atlanta.
Atlanta. Okay, I think that is the plan.
So that's
That's
in
in
2
June?
weeks.
Oh, that's here. That's coming up.
Yeah. Maybe
Okay.
it's next week. No, I think it's in 2 weeks.
That Memorial Weekend, maybe.
I think it's in 2 weeks, and then
Yeah. So then that would be Atlanta, and then there's one more for qualify, or is that the last one? Jersey.
I read on goalballtmz.com that is not going to be a sanctioned tournament anymore.
Jersey.
Yeah.
Okay. There's a bounce.
All right, here we are,
Good catch,
fourth quarter. Ashley throws a ball that hits Diana on right wing. And Diana back to Ashley in center. Ashley dumps it off to Demetria. Throws another hard one right at a wad. Josh Schwartz says that that's correct, Boyle. So there
Okay.
you go, Richie. Will not be sanctioned.
Hey,
If
this.
Josh says it, we can trust it.
Okay. Thank you, Josh.
Monica from left wing.
That bounce sounded funky there. More of a spike.
Faith from right wing. Stop by Iman.
Oh, got a goal for Monica. 5-3. That's 3 goals for Monica.
Smooth, fast shot.
I believe there's
Straight
3
at the
goals
wing in
for
front of her.
Demetria too, and 2 for Ashley.
5-3 now with 5 minutes to go.
Face trying to get that one back there. Keep feeding it to Monica.
Faith said, not that time.
Nope. Pass it over.
Ashley throws a ball that hits Diana.
All right. Diana.
So if you are the Texas girls, do you think you keep trying to throw at Diana so it's harder for Monica to get the ball to throw?
Oh, wow. All right. Good recovery there from Iman. A pass back.
Monica taking a shot. Faith gets on top of it this time. Now we're at 4 minutes. Demetria hits Diana with the ball right on the wing line.
Yeah, it seems like Demetri's the only one that can hit that left wing of the Renegades. Faith and Ashley.
Demetria are going really fast and probably should just kind of take her time a little bit. They have a 2-goal lead.
Yeah. She's kind of just grabbing the ball and throwing it pretty quickly from.
Yeah. Demetria again.
Yeah, she's got a good straight through. She can place the ball pretty well.
And that one not trapped by a wad and chance of throwing it out of bounds. I was just going to say, every time that they don't trap the ball, it ends up being of possession under duress,
Mhm.
where even if you do get a shot off, Texas is going to know exactly where the ball's coming from. That one went between Iman's feet, but Diana
Good
got it
communication. Good find.
from her feet.
Threw it out.
Okay, so here, I have a question.
Yeah.
If when you are in front of the high ball line and you roll the ball backwards out of bounds, right?
Mhm.
And the referee calls out, it is the call is high ball, right? Because it is considered a throw. Okay.
Even if it's behind you?
Yeah, even if it's going backwards. We've seen it several times and talked to referees about it because it's considered a throw. There's no call for pass out
Yeah.
anymore. Okay. There
Push
used to be,
out.
but there isn't anymore. Okay.
Yeah.
So therefore, if somebody is like yelling, throw it out, and you're throwing the ball out of bounds,
You got to roll it out.
or rolling the ball out of bounds. Okay, you roll the ball out of bounds, and a
Goal score.
goal between Diana's arms.
Was that Ashley? Ashley again. She wants
6-3
that.
and-
She wants that 250.
Okay, so you following me so far?
Yes.
Okay, so that you just throw the ball out of bounds while your teammate is talking, toss it out of bounds. That's a noise penalty. It was a throw. Should be called a noise penalty.
So, like, what happened there with Diana?
I mean, why
Yeah,
not?
Yeah.
If pushing the ball out of bounds is a high ball, right? They're saying that is a throw. So if you make noise during that throw,
Yeah, I mean,
then
you're in.
that
yeah,
is a
that's what
noise
it is,
penalty.
right? Yeah, the noise. You can't be in a throwing motion
No,
in any, even if it's to
Doesn't
the
even
side
matter.
or behind you or.
well, what's a throwing motion? You do a chest pass like basketball, and that's a throw. Like, there is no such thing as a pass in goalball. Basically, there's no call for pass out. So when the ref says out, that means a throw just happened.
6-3. All right, we're gonna have a Grace. I think Grace is the substitution for Texas. Yeah. Grace introduced me to some good Korean fried chicken on Thursday night. They're not a sponsor, so we're not going to say who aired, but it was good.
All the food here is delicious.
Where have
You're
you
talking
eaten?
What?
Where have you eaten this weekend?
The tournament.
Oh, just yeah. So you've had Will's. I think Will's.
The catering here is
Catering.
next to none.
Yeah, Will's catering.
You get Jordan's family's restaurant.
Oh, okay.
They did last night's food. We had some delicious barbecue, some delicious breakfast burritos.
Yeah,
Top
sounds
notch.
like Texas. All right.
140 to go. Demetria moved to center after the
Yeah.
substitution.
Renegades has to just have a sense of urgency here.
Yeah.
And
Hey, if they could get one or two quick goals,
Monica
take
did,
advantage of this sub, you never know.
Monica did it yesterday. She had 2 or 3 goals in 2 minutes.
Iman throwing from left wing. They've moved Monica to center. Now the 2 goal scorers for each team playing in center for the last 90 seconds. Monica with the quick return. Demetria kicks it out.
Do Zach or Will coach the girls?
No,
They don't have a coach out there?
they have a coach.
Okay.
Monica, another quick return. Hits the wing that they just.
There's a
hit.
goal. There's one. Starts with 1.
4-6. 49 seconds.
49 seconds. Was that? Who threw that?
Monica.
Monica. All right. We got to get a bounce here, Mon.
Okay, she's.
Oh, they're going to take the time now.
Faith is switching wings with her.
Yeah,
Faith
Texas should
throws
hold
one
the
in,
ball a little
almost
longer.
gets it to sneak through Diana's feet.
Oh.
Diana throws, but
That wasn't.
out of
What was
bounds
that, Diana?
immediately.
You got to be aggressive there, Diana. Throw it harder.
All right, timeout Texas, 33 seconds.
6-4 for the bronze. So then for the gold will be the Honeybees? And
Honeybees and Jonettes.
the Jonettes. Will that be next? Or are we going to have a male
No, that
tournament
will
game.
be next, and then we'll do the men's bronze, men's gold.
Okay. That's going to be tight.
What?
I think so, yeah. Right. They just want to keep the drama alive all the way to the end. Which one of these 4 male teams is going to come out on top?
All right, Texas getting ready to throw from the right wing. Taking their time, letting one go.
Yeah.
Blocked by Iman.
Oh, where?
Official timeout, noise, no throw.
Oh, so noise on the
There was noise in
in
the
the
gym.
audience.
Yes. Oh, now it's getting dropped into Diana.
Yeah, people know that there's 30 seconds left. They're starting to get their stuff together to get ready for the next game. Like,
Diana throwing from right wing. Does a good job keeping it in bounds this time. Blocked by Ober. And that should pretty much do it.
Yeah.
With a 2-goal lead and only 7 seconds on the clock now as Faith throws a slash shot for Texas.
so the Lady Rattlers. Oh!
Wait.
I think they have about
did they call again? They
2
called again.
seconds
Nah,
on the
the
clock.
refs just
They'll
called the
call
game
it.
anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
6-4. Bronze goes to the Lady Rattlers. Good showing for the Borp Renegades at their first traveling out-of-state tournament, placing 4th.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always sweet to make the semifinals.
We'll see about the high score, too, in a couple of hours here. So thanks for tuning in, folks.
Thanks, Richie.
Yeah, thanks for hanging.
Hey, Rose.
can say.
And we're back.
Yeah, 2025 Cinco de Goalball gold medal. New Jersey Honeybees, BSO, Philly Johnettes. Let's go.
The
So,
battle of
East Coast.
I-95,
Yeah,
the Ben Franklin Bridge, crosstown rivals. The script is written.
Beast Coast. We go. This is gonna.
Winner takes bragging rights.
Yeah.
Winner takes big cash prize.
These have been the 1 and 2 for the last 4 or 5 East Coast tournaments. So they
Philly Mid-Atlantic tournaments.
Atlanta, yeah, and it's gold again. These ladies, either one will end with money, but the gold is a big prize. The winner of this will win $1,500.
But that doesn't compare to the grand prize of the $1 million sweepstakes.
The $1 million sweepstakes. That's right. Donated by the 2 line judges.
Those 2 line judges that just volunteered will each be donating $500,000 to the $1 million sweepstakes.
If you can guess their name, you win. But make sure you find them and you let them know. Most importantly,
email Guillermo Lopez.
Guillermo Lopez is the right
with the 2 line judges' names
Yeah.
nothing else, and you can win $1 million.
$1 million. It's a big one. Cinco de Goalball, Cinco de money.
It's a business trip here.
Yeah, balling.
Philly Johnettes know the New Jersey Honeybees. New Jersey Honeybees know the Philly Johnettes.
No one knows them better. Both of these.
So who can outwit this game?
Johnettes starting with the ball, going right to left. Johnettes going left to right. The New Jersey Thunder. Johnettes start with the ball.
Cassandra. Philly Johnettes are camera right, table left. New Jersey Honeybees are table right, camera left.
That was a lot of words. But Jersey with the return out. 10 second clock for the Johnettes. Ball in. Sounds like on Rose's side.
Rose Money Martin.
By the way, starters for the Johnettes. Rose going right wing. Cassandra center. Dakota left wing.
Right wing.
Right. Oh, well, I don't know. Direction is propaganda. So Johnettes with the ball control.
Cassandra from back center.
Rose.
Big lefty bounce ball to the 2. Block
great block,
Jenna
and a Tyberry. So
we have
for
the lineup of Jenna Tyberry, Shelly Pomadessa, and I don't know who's left wing. Let me.
Is that Amanda? Amanda. Yeah, check the score, but I think it might be Amanda. Oh, return shot by the Johnettes, but controlled by the Thunder.
Jamisha Morel at left wing. We have some veterans on the Jersey side of the court.
Oh, man.
It's Jenna Tyberry, Shelly Palmadessa, Jamisha Morel, and then you have Jasmine Morel and Amanda Keene on the bench.
Whipped by John as a return by Jersey. Quick pitch.
That
was very sneaky. That was sneaky.
Nice. Dropped into Rose Money Martin from her post. Big, smooth lefty ball. Gut gap.
Oh, man.
Good patience by Jenna Tyberry. She backs up to her post.
Throw
Nice
back.
cross
Good.
baseball. But not nice enough.
Locked out by Cassandra.
Good cross face defense. Dropped into Dakota Hogwood from right there.
Return. That was Dakota's first throw. Good block. Right. Little skip and controlled by Jersey. Jersey with the throw. Jamisha Morel with her first throw. Nice.
Definitely see them feeling each other out.
Yeah, it's like a boxing match. It's like Ali and Frazier 3.
Cassandra with a great ball from center to the 9, blocked out by Jamisha Morel. You have Jamisha Morel playing left wing, which I don't believe is her most comfortable wing. Diving hands into the gap. I see some potential there for Philly to capitalize on that.
Yeah, so far in this tournament, Jersey, I believe, is 2-1, and Philly is... Well, no, they're 3-1, and then Philly's 3-0. And that is a goal! Absolutely greatest goal I've ever seen in my life.
Cassandra Hernandez,
1-0.
one of the most offensively
I think she's leading the.
dominant
Yeah,
players
she's.
in this
I
tournament.
think that is her 17th or 18th goal. Wow, that was a great. Sound like they knocked down the trash
From
can.
the left wing, Jenna Tiberi takes it and throws it and sweeps back to her right wing. That's some good motion that
was
I haven't
beautiful
seen
motion.
from the Honeybees.
That was very.
But she did throw it out of bounds right away. But we
1-0.
like to see the spice level turned up high.
Smooth ball.
Rose cut gap to the forward, blocked by Shelly. Quick pitch.
And-
I would just call that a pitch.
Yeah, it was a pitch.
It's not a quick pitch. It's just
No,
a pitch.
it was a heartbeat pitch. Yeah.
Fever pitch. Great movie. Rose Money trying to go down the line. Out of bounds at the high ball line. Jenna backs up to her post.
There's not enough movies with the name pitch in it. You're still the only one. All right, the ball returned and blocked out.
The obvious one would have been Pitch Perfect.
Pitch Perfect
which
would
I'm
too.
also a
Obvious.
fan of.
It's probably the greatest movie of all time.
Pitch Perfect 2 is better than the first. Hot take. You heard that
Yeah,
here
that is
first.
a hot take, dude.
No,
That is a.
that ending when
All right,
the
just-
international teams are and we're back.
You don't have to be Stephen A.
New Jersey
Smith. All right, here
Honeybees.
we go. Ball.
Cross
Toss.
court ball.
Great
by
ball.
Jenna Tiberi.
Jenna is winging it today. Ball. So Jersey has already lost one. Currently, the Jonettes are undefeated, though.
Crossface ball by Dakota. Great ball where the center had to extend for. And it went ball over.
That ball
So that's
over.
a
So
rebound.
back to the Jonettes.
Some would say that's a drink. Cassandra with a hard bouncing ball to the rim. Jenna
Beautiful
Tiberi, great
block.
patience.
Yeah, got high.
Jenna with a little cut gap. Cassandra's all over that. She blocks it forward, passes
Yo.
it off to Rose Money.
Rose Money Martin. Yo, Rose with the yo-yo.
Blocking center.
Center.
Shelly, quick
Or-
pitch. That's a quick pitch.
That was a quick pitch for sure.
great backup defense too
Yeah.
by Dakota Hogwood. She's in that gap. She's ready to clean anything up. But
That almost trickled over, but they held that one. Still 1-0 to Jenna. That was an insanely nice bounce
She's
ball.
been putting
That was a good
she's putting-
4-bounce bounce ball.
She's putting tricks up her sleeve in the past month. since the
Or
Philly tournament.
maybe taking injections of a
Cassandra
Hernandez did it again.
half woman, half amazing.
Oh,
Shot to
but
the
100% brilliant. 2 goals. 2 goals.
Philly's doing
Or in
Philly
Spanish, dos goals. Blocked out.
best. We're gonna check with our correspondent to see if goals is also goals in Spanish, but we'll be back.
We will.
Oh, little spicy pitch by Shelly. She seems
Google
to be,
Translate. How do you say goals?
Shelly Palmadessa is throwing a lot of quick
doing
pitches,
very-
is upping the tempo.
She's done very well. Shelly is probably one of the better games I've seen. She's done it all, man.
She's a well-seasoned veteran, you know.
Yeah.
She's been playing for a long time.
And she's saving it all for the gold medal match. This is money.
She has a lot of medals.
Oh yeah,
So
she's
she's been here before.
she knows how to
And
win.
hopefully that composure can help her carry her
Their team,
her Jersey team. But these Jersey players have
they've all been on.
a well-decorated medal mantle at home.
It's felt. That's no question. They've won national championships.
I don't think mantle is the right word for that.
Oh, that's the right word.
Okay.
Yeah, trophy mantle, trophy medal.
right.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's it.
I went to college.
Well, you went kind of. You went to like a chiropractic school,
No.
and now you have an MBA. That's weird. All right, back to Jersey's ball. Jersey full 10. And with the smooth skipper. Oh, that
Nice
was
sneaky cut gap that Rose is patient and attacked. Rose Money with a crossface to the 6. Shelly with a very aggressive, angled defensive attack at that.
They say,
done by her.
yeah, they say don't let the ball get you. You get the ball, and that's what Rose did. And here we go.
Shimmy, shimmy around.
Jersey with the ball back and block.
Right to the 5. Cassandra is
Backing
backing
up.
up to her gap. Moves Rose.
And
Nice
this,
crossface to the 6.
wow.
That movement where she backs it at center, takes a couple steps left, and hits
And
the
she's
right.
a left-handed player, so that ball is coming in at a unusual angle. Is that 10-second violation?
Oh, we got ourselves a 10-second
there
penalty.
We go.
The crowd goes wild.
Wow! Wow!
Yeah,
Yes.
you heard the crowd right there going crazy. New Jersey has a 10-second penalty. They blocked it and just slowly
let it go. They thought it was going out.
and
You know,
just too slow.
I
Not good enough.
love that 10-second penalty though. I hope every play is 10-second penalty because I think little clown horns very cute. Here we go. Johnette with Cassandra taking the shot. Throws. Oh, that was a
It's
good.
sometimes trying to throw a perfect corner.
Yeah, good throw.
Leaves a little room for error.
Yeah,
Just
very,
like
very.
there, you see.
It was. It hit the.
Oh, we're calling. Jersey players are calling for a medical timeout.
Was that post? Oh man. Oh yeah.
Oh, we have a medical timeout for Jamisha Morale. During that penalty situation, the ball being thrown to the one, Jamisha sells out and dives a little bit backwards. Head goes into the goal. What a great hustle play by Jamisha. This is gold medal Goalball, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen.
You give it all, you know.
Love to see that.
And I hope she's well. We never want to see this. We never want any injuries. We're all having fun.
A hush comes across the crowd. Hush. The broadcaster has a tick. He has an elbow tick where he just hits me.
To be okay, Jason.
I'm just curious if they subs her out.
Oh, did they sub out? Did she get subbed out? Hey, all right, Jamisha. Woo! Giving her love. Good, nice, good job. Well done. On that letting people.
Yeah, you're right.
Wow, that was
what
close.
A great line shot by Jenna Tyberry.
Jenna Tyberry.
There was a medical substitution on Jersey that wasn't called by the refs, but we are calling it now. Jamisha out, Jasmine Morel in, sister for sister. You love to see it. And then Jenna Tyberry threw a great line that went out of bounds.
Almost incredibly perfect shot.
Jenna's throwing hard.
Jenna's gunning.
Jenna has been extremely active in CrossFit and is squatting 1,700 pounds, I think I saw.
I think she got up to 18. She's
yeah.
World record.
That might have been her deadlift, actually.
Yeah, no, she's not as good. And her bench is only like 400.
Yeah, I do see a lot of opportunity where she should be benching at least 500 by now.
Easily.
Shelly Palmadessa with a quick pitch back to those.
That was a great quick pitch.
Accurate.
Yeah.
Shot,
very smooth.
Not great enough for Rose Money.
Rose Money is an incredible defender.
I think Rose needs to add more variety to her shot. She's just throwing it straight. I need to see some nines, especially attacking the new player on the field, Jasmine Morel,
she should
left wing.
Head over, Get
Cassandra
that ball.
with the ball on the 7.
And then she
Cross face to the 6. That was spicy.
Yeah, that gave it
Jasmine
exactly what we
cleans
said.
it up. She backs up. Nice, quiet, smooth ball by Jasmine.
That was one of the quieters. Ooh,
great quick pitch by Cassandra. She's got the green salsa verde going.
That was a spicy throw and blocked. Oh no! Oh,
great. Dakota Hogwood has been basically nullified in this game. They haven't thrown at her until then.
Yeah.
And for her to stay locked in and be ready,
it's hard. It's hard.
Great.
Yeah,
good for her.
It's very hard if you're not having the ball thrown at you and all of a sudden getting there. There's a lot of things you can be thinking about. You can think about the movie Pitch Perfect, but she's singing Goalball, and there's a gold medal game. Blocked 2-0. Jonette's controlling the ball.
The third sequel, Pitch Perfect 3. Awful.
Oh.
What an incredible play by the New Jersey Honeybees. A great shot by somebody on the Jonettes. And
I think that's Cassandra.
Caused commotion, caused a little chaos. Ball was pitter-pattered, ping-ponged around.
That was the right way of saying
had offside wing, left wing, Jasmine Morel
coming in.
come out of nowhere. She's a witch. She just teleported over there
Yeah.
and picked it up at the goal line for an incredible block. Smart timeout by Jersey.
Yeah. And now they got about 4, I'd say, on this 5 seconds.
Yeah.
That was great. That was very time. Who's their coach right now?
I have no idea.
It's not Dan, is it?
No, he's not here.
Okay. No DP. Shout out to DP. DP.
Jasmine Morel making an instant impact coming onto the game.
Yeah, huge defense.
Rose with a
Good.
nice.
That was a nice
6, I believe.
Even better defense.
Blocked by Shelley. Passed over to Jenna Tiberi.
Jenna with a nice smooth ball.
Oh, out at the team line for Jenna.
That was
Dropped into Dakota
Dakota.
Hogwood. To the 5. 4.
A blocked out,
by
yeah. So they probably have about 5 seconds.
Dropped in to Jenna Tiberi.
Good throw. And
cut that. Someone's all over that. She passes it back to Rose Money Martin.
Rose, come on, Rose, cross face that.
Nice quiet line shot.
Another line.
Full extension by Jenna Tiberi to block.
Jenna's
Jasmine
doing incredible.
says,
Rose.
go home.
Good throw. Oh, well, that ball died a little at the end, but
It was awfully noisy in the
Sound.
bleachers during that throw.
Yeah.
Good job for Rose to stay focused.
Brisbane.
There you go. That's a good 7 by Rose.
Think that-
Shelley's attacking that.
Yeah, I
with
think there's
gusto.
a guide dog has gone rogue
Mm.
here to my right. Oh, ball is out.
Great ball by Dakota. Finally into the 9, testing that line. We love variety. And
Both lines in the last few throws been hit and blocked by Jersey. So
Jasmine comes into the gap. Throws a cross
Out.
out of bounds at this high ball line.
I think Rose's side.
Rose Money from
Yeah.
her post.
Smooth and blocked
straight
by
down.
Jenna.
Easy block by Jenna. Jenna backs up.
We are
Big cross, out
good
of bounds at the
cross,
team.
out of bounds. Good. Thrown, and blocked.
Good straight
by
ball by Dakota to the 8. Jasmine backs up. Cox back.
And blocked.
Cross score to the 8. Eaten up by Rose.
Return by Rose.
The door closed mid-throw for Rose, and they stopped the play. That's you like to see that.
Yeah, but that was a good block by them anyway.
The 2-for-1
Second
special.
Oh,
Great
blocked
to the
out.
9. Finally,
She
Rose gets
gave
into that
it.
corner.
She did exactly what we've been mentioning. But great block by
Jasmine Brown steps into her gap.
Oh,
She cocks the ball back, throws a good smooth ball.
Smooth
Jasmine's
ball
also
down.
a two-sport athlete.
oh yeah, she's a runner. She's is going to break Hussein Bolt's record for 100-meter dash.
She
She's
did say Hussein who
Bolt.
last time I asked her about that, so I
Yeah.
believe she.
Flicked him in the nose and said, "You are nothing."
That's a hot take.
What?
You heard that here first.
That's not a hot take.
Jasmine Morel is faster than Usain Bolt.
That's not a hot take.
It's common knowledge.
You know, yeah, dude.
Jasmine
It's
Morel
weird.
ran her first Boston Marathon this past month
And this athlete.
and did very well. I know she was highly ranked in finishers for her class. I don't know how running works, but she did something that was a good accomplishment.
Yeah, crud.
So shout out to Jasmine Morel.
Just got married
She got married last year.
last year.
Yeah, beautiful wedding.
Mhm.
Beautiful wedding.
You went
The
there.
venue was impeccable.
I think they had wine that was a couple $1,000 bottles.
Shout out to Kevin Orcel if you're watching.
Is she not Jasmine Orcel?
Yes, she is actually, or it might be Kevin Morel.
Kevin Morel. Oh, yes.
Yes, I believe it's Kevin Morel. If
You
you're
were
watching,
invited to that wedding. Don't know his name. Okay, ball bounced and cleaned up by the Thunder, returned by the Honeybees. return by the Honeybees, and the Jonettes get a full
I
10.
think Shelly is
Still
quick pitching too much, in my opinion.
I think she wants to pick up the pace and get as many throws in as
I
possible.
think if she
And also, she
backs
doesn't
up,
want to set up. I think is she playing center?
she is playing center.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's part of it. I think sometimes people, if they don't want to lose their spot, they'll throw a quick pitch more from center.
We have a substitution by the Jonettes. Is that Lori Pierce at right lane?
I did not hear that. No. Good stuff. It's 2-0 still.
Yes, we have Lori.
Oh, we have Lorianne.
Pierce, LP. Dakota Hogwood subbed out during this first half, and Lori Pierce in there, sleeves rolled up, guns out, ready to come in and change
one of
the tempo of
one
the
of
game.
3 athletes who, if offered sleeves in the discernment, said, "Nope, not for me." Jeremy Kapati, Lori Pierce, and someone else.
We have another 2-sport athlete in Lori Pierce, judo.
She's a judo athlete.
Yeah, she's a judo baller. No, there's no ball in judo, so she's a judoer.
Judoka is
judoist. No, she did good things in the judo world as well.
That's awesome, man. Judo, tough sport.
Rose money from the post.
Cut gap.
Nice, but Shelly Palmadessa out there. Shout out to Shelly Palmadessa.
Shelly is balling out. Oh, good throw. That was Janitor, right?
Jenna. Great shot too. Everybody's hitting good shots.
Yeah.
Defense is on point, which is no surprise.
No,
Cassandra with a nice active ball into the
52 seconds to go.
52 seconds. Thank you, Jonathan.
Sure.
Jonathan from California. Shout out.
Jonathan from California. There's Lori.
Lori Pierce from her gap. She backs up.
Backs up. There it is. Throws.
A spicy release.
Good. Nice. It's different.
Very different.
And you could tell by how the Honeybees attacked that was not expected.
Great ball by Jenna that Cassandra just blocks forward with her toes.
And blocked out. Jenna slapped that ball out.
This
like it owed her money.
Crucial.
Yeah. It's 2-0 still.
Jenna Tyberry to the 4. Good patience by Cassandra.
Both goals scored in the first few minutes.
We have 16 seconds left in the gold medal game of the 2025 Cinco de Goalball tournament.
It's 2-0, man. Jonettes over the Honeybees. Both teams very familiar with each other.
And execution is on point.
On both sides.
Very few penalties, just the 1 10-second penalty.
That was blocked. That was unfortunate. Oh, was it out? Okay. Unfortunately, injury came from that, but there was 1 penalty and 0 goals from penalty. And,
so this is a strategy, the use it or lose it timeout by the Philly Jonettes.
Mm-hmm.
With 16 seconds left, they have the opportunity to draw up the play, take a breath,
so let's
take a commanding lead.
Oh, that was a great shot
by Cassandra Hernandez. Moves over to that post and hits a cut gap, blocked forward by retrieved by Shelly, passed out. The 2-for-1 special because
1.7. That is unbelievable.
Zach, come up here.
So updates on it.
Dropped into Rose. 4.7 seconds left.
Oh,
great cut gap. Great smooth ball by Rose.
Oh, balls are out. That was a great throw, man. Still 2-0, but they're making them work.
We got ourselves a dog.
There's a lot of scratch. That's and it's halftime. So update on a couple of other games. The Lady Rattlers. Yeah. Sorry. The Lady Rattlers took 3rd in this tournament officially, and then the Honeybees and the Jonettes here to battle. California took 4th after the bronze medal game.
All right.
Paul. This is for you. That's a lot of a shot.
32 shots of espresso. All right. Yeah. Oh, I got your coffee.
And we're back.
Hello. 2-0. Halftime is done. Just updating the scores again from the tournament earlier. So in the women's bracket, third place is the Austin Lady Rattlers, who defeated California 7-4. And we got this gold medal game. Then it'll be another bronze medal game next. It'll be the BSO Philly Johns versus the Seattle Super Snake.
What's the snake? Just killer cobras?
Killer Cobras, yes.
King cobras.
King
I
Cobras.
believe they're king cobras.
There are a lot of snakes in this tournament.
Thank you for tuning in, family and friends in our community.
Yep.
The support is great.
Actually, we're listening right now into we're counting the goals. So in this tournament, the top goal scorer and the top defender on both sides will be getting a little bonus themselves. And we think Cassandra Hernandez for the Johnettes are currently leading for offense, and possibly Gray is leading for the men's. The championship will be for the men's will be between the Texas Rattlesnakes and and then the Manticores of everywhere.
And before this game, we had the bronze medal women's game in which the Texas ladies,
the Rattlers. You can't in Hawaii we say Rattlers, but
they won bronze.
Yeah.
And shout out to them. Congrats.
7-4 or 6-4. 6-4 was
against the board.
All right,
California
Jersey.
Renegades.
The Thunder will start with the ball in this half. Again, they're down 2-0. We're going to be here for maybe another 5 minutes.
I need to pee really bad, so I'm going to leave right now.
You didn't have to say that on broadcast.
You said 5 more minutes. I'm good.
I say no words. I say no words. All right, I'll do a couple more minutes here, and then we're going to warm up because we got a bronze medal game, which I need to warm up while sitting on the bench. This is Tomas Arroz. There's a air ball whipped and out. Jersey with a full 10. Going in on their right wing, I believe that is Jenna Tyberry, who's taken top and thrown. Nice. All right, gap.
Substitution, Shelly Palmadessa is subbed out. Amanda Keene is in center now.
Keene is in center.
Another veteran. Easy blocking center. She backs up. So this is a different look Jersey team with Amanda Keene in center. Harder throw. 2
of the 3 starters that started the game are not in. So,
Jasmine's still in there. Great ball by Cassandra to the 9. Eaten up by Jasmine Morales. She throws it forward a little straight to the 5.
Block. Passed on Cassandra. Sometimes she passed it to Lori. It's Dakota.
Lori Pierce is still in the game. Holding down right wing. Amanda Keene passes it off to Jenna Tyberry. She backs up.
Yeah, that's Tyberry. Bombs away.
Nice action on that ball.
Great throw.
To the 3. Passed down by Lori Pierce.
There's a whip back.
Nice line ball by Lori Pierce.
Nice line ball. That was a really good throw. It's still 2-0 Johnettes. And yeah, we're gonna go. Just if you guys want money, just reach out to Zach Arambula and he'll give it to you. All right.
All right. Stay tuned, guys. Continue supporting.
Yeah. Thank you, Cinco de Goalball, man. Best tournament.
Quiet, please.
Are we live?
And Philly shooting to the corner.
All right.
Blocked out.
Women's gold medal game. This is for the big dollars.
15 hundo.
Throw to the center. Center passes it.
Pass it to the right.
Good cross court. Good patience by the Honeybees. A little shot into the gap. Maybe the center. Hard to say. Okay. Not even close.
Blocked by the center.
Yeah, good
Pass
block.
on to the left.
Jazz with the ball. Jazz with the into the
Good hit.
yeah, good shot. Good block. Tough defensive game out here.
Center. Shoots. Gets cross court pretty quick.
Had some heat behind that. Anybody chasing it down? Oh no, they got it. They got it. Yeah, they got it. Good grab. Ooh, confidence by good block.
Great. Do you think they should maybe like start trying to just to put some more stank on it, like wet the ball a little bit? Like, maybe.
You said wet it?
Yeah.
I wouldn't know anything about wetting the ball, but I've heard people do it. It's China, for example.
Like, what are some techniques? Maybe like wiping your hand on your head.
I want to see. Ooh, good block. I think those are false accusations made by the reffing staff against me. But this game's not about me. It's about the ladies up here.
Left wing shoots. Cross court. No.
Oh, good shot down the line, right?
Just missed the post.
It didn't hit the post?
No, just missed it.
Wow, good shot.
It was a clean out. Right wing to the gap, blocked by the center.
Good communication.
Center to center.
Goal! And it's in the back of the net.
I believe that's Honeybee's first goal. Scores 2-1.
2-1. They needed that.
Times left? 8-1. That's a lot of game.
Some confusion on the Johnette side, or maybe from the stands.
Well,
nope. Confusion from the other referee who thought it was 3-1.
So the center got body on it, just popped up.
Just popped up and over. Oh, and they get it right back. That's a momentum killer for the Honeybees. They needed that goal. Now it's a 2-goal deficit again.
Once you score, it's almost just as important like the next time to play defense. Yes.
And you're going to give up goals. It's hard when you score one and get some, and then they take the momentum right back from you. So we'll see what happens here. It's a long game.
So back down by 2. Left wing for Philly. Hit center.
Good shot.
Clean trap
Good
house
block. Yeah, trap house for sure. Not today.
Right wing. That's good.
Okay. Yeah. Hard shot. Maybe
it wasn't trap house. I'm not sure. Maybe it was loose. Just quiet.
No, I think. Oh yeah, I don't know. Maybe the ball hit the player hard. They were thinking this.
Cross court.
Oof.
Center's playing hash to hash for the Honeybees.
Yeah.
She's been good.
Who's the center for Honeybees? Do we know?
Okay, we're not sure.
We don't have any information up here.
Right wing goes line.
Blocked out.
Number 1 for the Honeybees. That's all we know.
Honeybees. Left wing with the ball.
Started out.
Yeah. Wanted to hit that line, but that's a hard shot to hit no matter what.
I know from Philly, looking at their team left to right, I believe it's Dakota Cassandra Rose. Back to Philly. Ball over.
Now, what do you do here
Right wing.
if you're the Honeybees?
You still got time. A lot of game left, so keep playing. Maybe Philly gives you a mistake, penalty, or something.
I mean, they've had good defense.
But maybe start shooting from different spots, shooting from
For
center.
sure.
Oh, it looked like that ball had some action on it. Maybe got past the wing, but
sounded like the center was really high up or something. I don't know. It just sounded weird, but good block.
Like right here, I believe they're just blocking, going straight back and shooting.
Right.
Step into the stanchion.
Good angle.
That was a good cross.
They scared him a little bit. I think the Honeybees need to capitalize on that.
down the line.
Great defense. How much time left in the half, Rose?
6:25.
6:25 and a half. That's a lot of game.
Thrown from the left stanchion, short cross, blocked by left wing. Here's Rose. No, Cassandra from the center. Thrown out.
Good ball. Good ball.
Left wing shoots for Honeybees.
Ball. Oh, they're having. I
Ball.
mean, what about challenging? If you're the Honeybees, challenging the right side of the court because they're throwing everything down here on the left, but they're doing a pretty good job keeping the ball out of the net. Now,
Was this a substitution or timeout?
Yeah, no substitution. 1 out.
Dakota's coming back in. So what do you think about this, Gray? So both of these teams have the rover defense, where the weak side wing is getting up and going, taking that back line, goal line,
Right.
for help defense. Sometimes if you throw that full cross, they misread it, they get up and go over.
For sure, I like a long cross, especially in a women's game. Sometimes like you freeze the offside wing, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it just gets in that corner. So I'd like to see the Honeybees throw a full cross from either side, left or right.
Right. I mean, we just saw that full cross hit post and out. It was there, just missed it.
Right. Sometimes when you sometimes when you hit a close shot, you try. Okay.
Comments, I want to know who you are.
I'm Troy Aikman here with my co-host
Joe Buck,
and we'll also be doing the NFL season this year. I'm Gray. My co-host is Zach Arambulance.
Yes, sir. All right, Philly. Center to center. Pass to center's hands, I believe. Goal.
The Honeybees need to do something here, man. They're this is it's 4-1.
It's a 3-goal lead, and with this game, goals are hard to come by.
That's tough. That's tough.
And now you got to start pressing, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see the Philly girls falling apart here. They've been playing pretty solid this whole tournament.
I mean, the hardest game was with the Lady Rattlers winning the shootout, so they've been tested already.
Right. They've walked through the fire and brimstone. Good ball. I mean, that's a good ball. Good block. Yeah.
By Honeybees.
Let's get a cross court right here. Nope.
She goes gap to gap, blocked.
Yeah, I mean, I like that shot. I don't know. I don't think I've seen the Honeybees throw a cross court either left or right wing. Just to see what happens, you know.
Another straight shot from the left wing.
Now, do the Honeybees have a coach?
They do.
Okay.
Good throw.
Good throw. Good block.
Center, blocked by the center.
Yeah, good patience.
She's gonna keep it.
The tough thing about these games, especially if you're the Honeybees, is
good 59. Good 59 just
good
out.
Throw. The hard thing about these games is that you make a couple small mistakes and that adds up to
I like that shot too, like a 59, 51. Get some angles going.
Good patience on that block. I want to see a full cross right here. Just rip it across.
Oh, I like that skip.
Yeah.
That was a wing-to-wing straight shot, but handled. Maybe throw that same ball, but a cut gap to hit the limbs of the wing.
For sure. Anything you can do to cause some havoc on the Philly side is a good thing. They're playing with a lot of confidence right now. Great ball.
By the left wing.
That's what I'm talking about. Now, if you're hitting both sides with that cross, you're going to pull those wings closer to the sideline, and you're going to leave that center on an island.
I like this timeout.
Yeah, it's a good timeout. How much time left? Probably 4.
Time check.
Okay, 4:02. A lot of game. It's going to be hard to score 3. It's going to be hard to score 3.
They're going to need a little help from Philly. Maybe get a penalty or something.
Yeah, I think they need to get a goal here in a couple throws. If they come out of this timeout and get a goal,
that'd be dirty.
4:02. And we want to thank our sponsor, Lamar Brown. He's not playing today because he was eliminated yesterday. So he's just been heckling people from the crowd.
Front row seat, baby.
Lamar is used to being in the crowd on Sundays.
And for the standings in the men's, we have ECA finishing 8th, San Antonio Fuego finishing 7th, and we who else? Empire finishing 6th, I believe. There we go. Honeybees shoots from center into the corner. Oh, that was that 59. Looking for that 59.
Yeah.
Just missed it again. If you're not able to
Good
make
call
that
by the
adjustment,
coach. I feel like that was a
step left
coaching
of center. Left wing, good smooth ball blocked by the center.
Good block.
Substitution.
Okay. The Honeybees, I don't know who's coaching them, but good call here. Using their, I think for this game particularly, this is a good spot to start using your substitutions and timeouts. You're not I don't think you're gonna be able to get like 3 goals in the last like minute of the game. So I think this is
Yeah, give yourself some time.
yeah. Well, give yourself some time and just see what you can do because, like I said, they're gonna need a goal here like soon to make this thing.
Out 2 and 7 for the Honeybees.
And we don't know the names yet. Our stats person is not on it today.
3:48.
We'll talk to them about this after the game.
From center, goes to left wing, blocked. A lot of noise in the bleachers. Probably Lamar tripping over.
That's for sure, Lamar.
Left wing, Philly shoots.
Good block.
I mean, Honeybees are doing their job defensively. Smooth ball, but out.
Yo, Skip.
I mean, that's not a bad idea. You know what I mean? Like, if you're down, you're trying to hit corners, it goes out, it stops the clock. If you miss it, you know.
That's a good point about stopping the clock for sure. It just seems like, yeah, like it's just. What's up?
Oh, okay. Philly with the ball. Drops left wing. A clean sweep from Rose.
Oh, nice ball.
Blocked by the center. You know, Philly has that in their offensive game. A clean sweep.
I like whoever threw that last ball. I like they're putting it on the ground. Like Philly, good, yeah, center. Very good ball. Into the corner too. Block. Good shot.
Left wing, New Jersey,
and it's out.
Down the line,
I spoke
blocked.
too soon. No, good shot. Yeah.
Right wing. She shoots into center, blocked.
A little. Oh, center blocked it. Yeah.
She goes like that 59.
Oh, good shot. Good shot. I mean, I hit the post.
4-1. Scores 4-1.
Still 4-1.
Honeybees down by 3.
What can we do here with probably, I would say, 2:48 left?
Yeah, we're getting close. 2:23.
2:23.
Wing to wing from the right.
Python.
And Philly's going to take a timeout.
That's a great. Wow. Okay. I don't know if I don't like. If I'm Philly, I think I'm letting the game go.
Yeah, just let the clock keep rolling. Oh,
no timeout.
What? Oh, you know, I think I was mistaken that earlier. I think sometimes when they block it out, they say block out, but it sounds like timeout.
It's in the net.
Oh,
it's in the net, and that's what they needed. Now this game is not over here. This may shake Philly.
So that was from center to center, but with an angle off her hands. Here we go. Philly from right. I'm sorry.
Good block. If they get one more here, if they get this in the back of the net, 2 minutes left. A lot of time still. Oh my God, it's in.
Oh my gosh. The score is 2-4.
Nerve-wracking out here, dude. This is. I mean, I don't. If they need one more goal here in the next.
By center.
Good block. They need a goal here quick, and this is still a game.
Oh, well, a short clock here. They got another
short clock. Hopefully they know that. Oh yeah, no, the coach just said quickly.
They know get it off. Block by right wing.
Good block. It's not over, but they need that goal.
You got to work fast offensively for the Honeybees.
You got to speed up a little bit. I think I agree. Yeah,
doesn't need to be quick pitches, but you just got to, with some urgency. And Philly.
Okay.
And that's for sure timeout.
And time check, please. 1:28. I mean, I think what needs to happen here is when the Honeybees block the ball, they need to use a timeout or a substitution, and they just need to use the rest of their substitutions starting now. Subs, timeouts, whatever. Man, if it's my opinion that if they get a goal here, it's going to put the pressure on Philly, which is going to make it, which is going to make it easier, I think, for the Honeybees to get their last tying goal. I think it's possible. I'm calling you right now. Honeybees are going to tie this thing up.
No, it's your opinion, huh?
It's my professional opinion.
I believe so too. If they score one more goal, that does put more pressure. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's
Well,
a pretty
yeah, dude.
popular opinion. Here we go. Philly. From center. Blocked
Good
by
block.
center. Into the front court, wasted some precious
a lot
seconds.
of time. A lot of time. I mean,
And
that's
down the line, blocked by left wing.
And
they should use a quick pitch.
I'm
not mad at that.
what a
I'm not mad at that.
great ball.
That was a good ball.
1 minute left. Well,
left wing shoots.
I made a big statement.
Use a sub or a timeout.
Yeah.
Timeout now.
Nope. I don't know. I thought they called that timeout with 4 minutes left, and I thought they were gonna utilize
from center. Hit
more of the timeouts. Yeah.
Philly right wing.
Philly in control of this game now.
And they're just trying to keep it in here.
Yep.
She passes off to the left. Probably 30 seconds left.
Yeah.
She shoots into the gap, blocked by center. And they're running out of life here. Good ball, blocked by center. 21 seconds. 21. Right wing. Shoots at center.
Yeah.
15 seconds.
And
2 more throws
that's
left.
Game.
Slow roller across. Timeout. Nope. She's in a quick pitch. High ball.
Yeah, I mean,
if they
accept
it, block it, nothing happens. Get a clean shot.
Yeah,
they're smart enough. And they can hold. Throw it. I would throw it. I would grip it and rip it right now.
What I would do is I would spike it into the floor. I would Gronk spike it right here.
And the Johnettes are going to go home with the grand prize.
Ka-ching, baby!
Ching, ching.
No, well,
first place.
Not that. I said ka-ching.
Yeah, I said ching, ching.
Oh, okay, very good.
First place, Johnettes take it. Coming all the way from Philly to take home the grand prize. Finishing second, Honeybees putting up a good fight, trying to come back at the end. Third place, Lady Rattlers. And then I believe fourth place is California Renegades.
Mm-hmm.
Fifth place are, I believe, the Fuego. I believe it's San Antonio Fuego. And then sixth place would be, I forget the sixth place team.
Now, if it's the Johnettes, are the Lady Fuegos Fuegas?
Fueguitas.
Or Fueguitas.
Oh, yeah.
Which reminds me of Fejitas, which I like.
All right, guys. Next up, we got the bronze medal
match between the Johns and the Cobras. Now, interesting fact here for those of you who are still here with me. Andy and Callahan used to play on the same team, and they never won a national championship. They have 4 silver medals. These guys could not win together. So luckily for them, one of them has to win this game.
Someone's getting a medal tonight.
Somebody's getting a bronze.
So make your prediction right now.
Oh, boy. You're going to put me on the spot like that? You know what, dude? I'm going to go crazy right here. Nobody's going to expect me to say this. I'm going to say the Johns are going to take it only because my boy Mike Icy Coughlin, dude. That guy has ice in his veins, and he's going to dominate defensively. You know what I think? I think the Johns should start with Mike Coughlin in the middle.
Like
at center. Yeah, at the point.
Okay. Yeah, I like
Capati on right and Andy on left.
All right. I got the Cobras -2.
Oh, -2.
Cobras like -2. Callahan putting in 5.
Okay. Well, maybe that'll be the first time he does that this tournament.
And Richard with 1.
How about Nathan, dude? My boy Nate Dogg doesn't get any love. I think Nathan puts in 2 against these guys.
All right.
7-5. Here we go.
Enjoy the bronze.
Okay, good luck in the finals.
Here
Ray.
we are. The men's finals. First up, the LeBron's medal game.
LeBron's between the Cobras and the Johns. Cobras on the left. With Richard Ashu starting on the bench.
Yeah, I have a little inside information. I didn't want to say this before this moment, but he has sprained his ankle. He played the entire game this morning with a sprained ankle. So, I thought that he might not start, but I didn't want to say anything to anybody because that was a little inside intel that I didn't want to give away to anybody.
So probably Nathan will be in center, but I personally would like to see what happens if Callahan Young played center, just because, we've gotten to see Andy play center and Wellborn play center and sort of leave their options open offensively more that way than any other way.
Definitely
and
allows you to more easily get the ball in your hands more often.
Easy access to the ball. Nathan Purcell is going to start in center, and he's going to throw the first ball from center. Little bounce ball that dies. John's lineup. Jenks in center. Kapati on left. Mikey on right. Kapati hits Nathan.
The first two throws of this game, not very impressive.
Full cross-court shot.
There is prize money for this bronze medal game.
Is there?
There is.
Oh, wow. Really? How much?
It was there was a range because it depended how much money was collected.
Oh, a 3-hopper. Hits Mikey in the midsection, and that's just a classic way to score on a wing that's playing at the depth of a wing line.
Yeah. Got to have a top arm there or elevate your body. You can't let that just hit you.
I mean, you could do it one other way, and that is by diving with absolute perfect timing to deflect it out of bounds.
Yes, that's fair.
Kapati from left. Throwing at the corner in front of him.
Probably
Blocked
the
out by
fastest
Dylan.
throw of the game so far right there.
Dylan on right wing. Blocked by Andy. Andy thrown from center. Handled by Purcell. Purcell moves to the right side of his position to throw. Out at the wing line. Getting dropped back into Coughlin. Kapati came over for a handoff. He's taking it back to left wing. Motion was identified. Late movement made to defend that throw. Now Dylan. Hitting Jenks. Jenks sweeping to the left side, going straight down the line.
Will we have a 20% out percentage in this game as well? So far, no.
Callahan. Ball released right on the sideline. Jenks starting from back center. Trying for the 3-hopper on Cal.
That should be Andy's throw most of the time. That should be his number one throw. The junk ball.
And it's still going at a good speed.
Right.
Well, he just threw it again for you to the other wing this time.
I know. And that's what he should do. Mix it up by throwing it from different places to different places. But that should be his number one go-to throw because it's the safest throw. And it's still very scoreable.
Mikey controls that 3-hopper this time. Kapati. It's straight center. Now Nathan. three hopper. Kapati keeps it in front of him, collects it at back center. Starts from the left wing. Straight down the line, blocked out by Dylan.
Great job, Dylan.
Dylan from right wing. Tone cross score out of bounds.
What's the body language of Richard on the bench?
Well, he's got his patches both completely down, and seems like he's ready to play, you know?
Yeah.
Callahan throws that one too far out in front of him.
And you can
high
throw a ball that sounds exactly like that, but isn't high, but you have to release it from pretty far back. I call it the spin in place throw.
I like those balls that you release like at your hip, throw them far out in front of you, but do it starting at the goal line. Andy moving to his left. Callahan waiting in center. And he throws down the line, and Callahan reads it and blocks it.
I mean, that was overall great execution by both players.
Yeah. Dylan from right wing. Kapati across the body of the center. Collected by Purcell. Dumped off to Young. Young with that. I like that three hop that he just threw. I think that should be his default throw. Callahan.
Yeah. Was that the straight arm right there?
No.
That was the spin? Okay.
Yeah. Getting dropped into Kapati on left wing. Sneaking over to right wing. Throws back to the left corner. Blocked by Dylan.
And he came back to play left wing, correct?
Yes. He ran back to get in his spot on left.
I got to tell you that if me and Alex were here playing with someone with Jessica on our bench, I think we would clean up the Johns pretty cleanly. Jessica would have a lot of really good ideas of how we could score on them.
And you guys throw a lot of three hop bounce balls naturally.
That's true.
It looks like Callahan's going to finally take this shot from right wing. Straight on throw. But throws it straight center. Kapati thrown from the wing.
Great.
Gets it just past Nathan, and Dylan was there right at the very last moment. Ball blocked out.
And that throw by Jason there, like you could hear the topspin. You could hear that ball rolling off of Dylan because it has so much spin on it to climb a player. You know, very safe throw, placed in a really great spot, and very scoreable.
Okay, Dylan going to take this one after a little bit of miscommunication between him and Callahan. It was actually a perfect shot to the corner. Good block by Kapati. Hand off to Jenks. Goes back into that gap. And Dylan's there again.
Absolutely.
Dylan's stepping up in this bronze medal match big time with Richard sitting on the bench. And now Cal, the two-hop bounce ball. Jenks doing a quick pitch from the front line. You can tell in his spin he has to like stop himself from moving so fast at the last moment, or else he's going to commit a penalty.
Okay.
Cal with his straight arm three hopper. Jenks comes over and intercepts that. Pass to Mikey.
No, I got to say, that was a really great out front retrieval right there. Got out there fast, got to the teammate quickly. Very efficient.
Purcell hits the middle. Kapati throws from the wing. Blocked out again.
What's our time check here?
6:25.
I would anticipate a timeout within the next 30 seconds or so from one of these two teams.
Breaking the the half into 2 quarters. A tactic that a lot of people like to use.
I like calling it a little deeper into the half. That first quarter. I wasn't sure what the call was going to be there. It was an out call. That first quarter is the one that's easiest to extend when you're freshest. So calling this timeout maybe at the 4-minute 30-second mark. I like that a lot better than the 6-minute mark.
I just like to call timeouts very liberally when I need them in the first half.
Absolutely.
Save a possession, maybe like just to stop 30 seconds in and change the game plan because the other team came out doing something that you didn't expect.
Yeah, talk about something, reset, some sort of flow. Absolutely.
Nice
Richard getting
penalty
involved
shooter.
verbally.
Callahan taking it back home. Throws across the face.
And Jason there for that one, positioned perfectly.
There's Andy, perfect gap-to-gap shot. Scores untouched.
Split Dylan and Nathan.
Yep. Split Dylan and Nathan and hit that stanchion.
And you hear Callahan, who has stepped up in a little bit of a leadership role with this team, coming over to his teammates, just saying, hey, man, shake that one off, 0-0.
And now we're starting the second quarter. Nice throw by Nathan. Blocked by Capati.
I couldn't tell who threw it.
Callahan finally with a quick pitch. Up off of Mikey's legs, top crossbar back on the floor. Recovered by Capati. And now a 3-hopper blocked by Dylan. Quick return. Coming back at him.
Out the call. Potentially could have been called high.
Yeah, had it not been out, maybe.
Yeah. Do we have 2 players over here at the wing?
We do. Andy Jenks came over to the left. Going from the left side of center. Going for that same gap shot he had scored on. This time Nathan blocks it. Callahan allowing the ball to roll toward him and starting his spin. Did it sound like he ever had possession of that ball, Kusku?
It really sounded goofy in a great way.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. He allowed it to slowly roll towards him and then started his rotation as he was picking it up, and it sort of kept its same jingle through it.
Yeah.
Interesting. Cobras, right wing. Across the body of Jenks, and
that was
scissor feet, popped it up. 2-1 Cobras.
That was the first smooth throw that the Cobras had thrown other than a quick pitch of the entire game. And I think that it was something that was different enough that Andy just didn't react well. 2-1 Cobras right now.
2-1 Cobras, 4 minutes to go.
And who was it that got pulled out? Mikey?
No, we're taking out Capati.
Okay, Jason's out.
Shandaran
in. All right. In the second quarter. And John's with the ball.
Andy fires one that rolls over Nathan, and even though the Cobras collapse at back center, it sneaks its way past Callahan and Dylan both. Tied up 2.
The hardest throw that the Johns have put on the floor right there.
Cal, 3-hopper. Yes, sir. Marked out by Doran. Doran. Tim Purcell. And now Young from the wing. Mikey blocks the 3rd hop. Passes to Andy at back center. Andy, not square, and That one goes out of bounds.
Yeah, I really like that timing for that substitution on the Johns. I bet that was a planned sub.
That one's across court, out of bounds. Back center handoff. Ball coming from the left wing.
Don't really like that long ball so much, though. Throwing like that is great. You just got to spin in place so that you're pretty far back when you release a ball with that much
Purcell's going to
lift.
take this one. Starting from the right side of center. Now he's at the high ball line. Purcell. He does a short cross and crosses the goal line in the 5.
Yeah.
Gets Shan to move slightly to his left.
And just frozen there.
Yeah.
Callahan
Nathan made a nice call. Told him he moved up to the high ball line when it happened. And so Nate took that information, made a decision with it. Pretty well executed between the two of them.
That's great.
And Andy rips one, gets it right back underneath Dylan's arm in the corner.
I commented on the substitution for the Johns a couple minutes ago. I think that around that same time, if they're going to bring Richard in, the Cobras should have subbed at that point as well. I think it would have been a good momentum change for them. A fresh guy on the floor, let Nathan get back to right wing.
He could even just do it now.
Oh, absolutely.
Mikey out of control with that throw.
That goal by Jenks a moment ago, also a smooth throw. So the last 2 goals, both smoothers.
Callahan, really nice release right on the sideline and almost a perfect angle to score. Andy flirting with a high ball line there.
Absolutely.
Nathan from the right side of center. It's Shan on left wing. Left wing from the Johns. 3-hop bounce ball.
And doesn't go long.
Quick pitch into Mikey's corner. Blocked by him. Mikey going back quick to Cal. Cal catching it. Is he going to go back quick? As quick as he can. Back to Mikey. Mikey blocks it. Dumps it to Andy. Andy Jenks going to do the quick pitch for Mikey.
I think Andy throws junk right there, has a much better chance of scoring.
Dylan.
Leonella saying right in too much
1:47
center.
to go. Tied at 3.
Calling for Andy to throw a 61. So from the middle part of the court into that left side in the corner.
All right, here you have a stoppage from the Cobras with 1:37 to go. Obviously, they're going to set up a shot here. What do you think it'll be?
You know, I think Callahan's going to take it from the right side. Maybe throwing back across the face of Callahan to get between Andy and Mikey there.
I think they're going to have Callahan throw like a straight throw, like 3-hopper, straight armed 3-hopper at Coughlin.
Yeah, Mikey. From the left?
Yeah, just from left wing.
Well, we're in the 4th/8 here. And it's a time when players, they really kind of bring up that intensity because they know they have that halftime break coming. So usually a pretty exciting time in a game.
Okay, well, Nathan's taking this, so we were both wrong. But he does throw the 3-hopper at
Mikey.
Coughlin.
Yeah. I got to say, that was not a full 10 second, and the amount of time that Nathan stood there with the ball made me feel uncomfortable.
Nathan, I coached him from the time he was a teenager, and even as a youth player, he always had a really long shot clock in his head. Like usually youth players will think 10 seconds is up after 5 seconds.
Oh, yeah.
Nathan would be like
the other end of that.
10. Well, he would be like 10, 10 and a half, 11, and it was just very rare. Usually kids don't have that kind of patience, willingness to get that close. I just think he has a really good clock.
Yeah.
Overall. people would always give me a hard time about it too. Remember, sometimes other coaches or staff would be like, "There's a problem with him," and I would just think like, you know, I think he's figuring it out.
This has been some really good play while we've been chatting. A loose ball for the Johns that was grabbed. A nice quick return by Callahan that was contained. They really want Mikey's corner, I think.
Andy Jenks from right wing. Blocked by Purcell. Purcell going for a full cross court. 12 seconds to go. John's throwing a nice bounce ball. Callahan's going to have a chance to get one last shot off. 3, 2.
That's too bad.
Halftime tied 3-3.
I'm not surprised. I thought this would be a close game. It's kind of been funny that it's no one's even had a 2-goal lead. You know, it's just back and forth and back and forth and back and forth.
I mean, the leads haven't lasted very long either.
Yeah, that's fair.
Seems like Andy has responded almost immediately.
Right. The table is calling for a representative. Are they trying to do a coin toss? Is that?
Yeah, it looks like it.
No information about coin tosses in the info packet for this tournament. So I don't think you could say they needed to be there at a certain time for the coin toss because there was never information about that given. So if there's no Manico representative, they don't do the toss now. Just do it before the game. No harm, no foul.
Yeah, there is someone there, just for the record, but I'm with you, and you don't need to show up to coin tosses anymore.
Right.
They already have a procedure that handles that.
You know, you lose your opportunity to make selections if you're not there. And so, you know, taking that away from a team in a situation where there was no procedure established seems inappropriate to me. Not that they're doing that, just that if they were doing that, it would be. So let's talk about the best defensive player. You know, we kind of mentioned that it's probably one of the players in the next game, but is there anyone in this game that, based on what we've seen so far, stands out to you? And maybe someone could put something in the chat if they think they see someone out there.
You know, the thing is even the guys that are playing really good defense right now in this game, like Nathan comes to mind.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, he gave up a few like pretty important goals in the semifinal, so can't really give it to him now. Probably.
That's fair, right?
Know,
that's why he's playing for third. And
probably there's going to be a guy on a winning team that is going to have played well the whole tournament. Nathan has, you know, played pretty well the whole tournament. He has had trouble specifically with Jordan playing left wing in front of him. Just in those two games against the Manicores, he kept getting got.
Yep. That left-handed cut gap. Any
I mean, Andy seems like Andy's Andy.
Yeah.
He's playing pretty good, I think.
Yeah.
I think probably we always have really high expectations for him.
Right. Yeah. I was thinking, if there's anybody in this game that you look at their defense and said, yeah, he's played a perfect defensive game so far, I think the only one I really point at is Callahan. But maybe hasn't been challenged very much. Any indication here of any substitutions? Not that we can tell for sure, but is Richard out on the court?
Yes, he is.
So if what we talked about earlier stands, that means he will start on the bench.
There is a question in the chat. Maybe you can help me answer it. It is, what are the prize dollar amounts?
You know, I don't know them. The tournament information packet kind of set a range from here to here, depending upon how much money was collected. But I do believe that the gold is at least $1,000. I think that was the minimum. That the silver is at least 300, and that the bronze is at least 100.
And I know that the best offensive and defensive player is $250.
I believe that's correct. Yeah, 250. Have you started the number crunching for that offensive player?
I have a volunteer right now who has taken all the score sheets and summarized them and is probably continuing to do that, except she is like a friend of the Johns, so I think she's not doing that at this exact moment during their game.
Fair enough.
And then we'll finish up after, so
Right.
we're really close.
Is this a situation where potentially the most offensive male player might be awarded at a later time or announced at a later time?
It'll be announced at the banquet like we always do.
We're having a banquet?
Well, we have lunch where we give out awards there.
Okay. I thought we were maybe having a banquet at the Little Long Horse Saloon. So 3-3. And is Richard on the court?
I think first place is $2,000. The reason I say that is because I remember thinking, oh, wow, that's getting really close to the Grand Slam first place, which is 5,000 Canadian.
Right. Not sure what the joke is, but they're amused. Okay. All right. Is Richard on the court?
Richard is on the court.
They did not announce the sub. There we go. David. He should take the ball back. Oh, he did. Good.
No, he didn't. Andy throwing from left wing. It's Nathan. Nathan with a great pushback and gets up super high to catch that thing off his shoulder. Man.
I want to cheer right now.
I wanted to make sure that, I feel good that he blocked that because you're right. Andy kind of had a small advantage by it not being repassed in to start the half. Purcell on right wing.
Wow.
Grabbed by Jenks. Handed off to Shan. Blocked by Ashu in center. Callahan firing down the line.
Yeah.
Between Mikey's arms. Knocks his shades off his face.
Minor equipment check. We talk about what could the player have done to block that ball, and I think that the best thing with that ball to have done is explode to the line more violently, so off the face the ball ricochets out of bounds instead of ricocheting into the goal. It's maybe the easiest change to have made, but it really sounded like he was just laying there waiting for it to hit him. Maybe the ball coming a little slower than he expected.
3-4 now at 11:15 left in the second half. Shan going to take it from the right side.
Okay.
I actually am kind of surprised that we're not seeing Kapati come back in at
behind the court.
halftime.
Yeah, I agree. I did expect that change at halftime.
Purcell from right wing. Jenks thrown from right wing. Blocked by Ashu. Dumped off to Purcell. Hit Shan.
Wasn't sure if that whistle might be a long ball call, but landed out of bounds.
Purcell on right wing.
Well, there's certainly a lot more out balls in this fifth eighth than we saw in any of the other eighths so far.
Shan moving to center to throw, maybe to avoid throwing out.
He does not. And the 5th eighth will be known as the out eighth.
Callahan sweeping back to his position in the left.
This is incredible. The out eighth continues.
All right. Jenks now lining up on the right post. Takes a deep breath.
Keeps it in bounds.
Breaks the streak.
Two in a row in bounds.
Shan from left wing.
3 in a row.
Purcell.
And 3 is the maximum allowed. Johns with the ball.
Shan from left wing. Blocked by Nathan Purcell. Handed off to Callahan Young.
So what do you think? Unsporting conduct? I think
for saying nice accuracy, bro.
When the player throws the ball out of bounds. I think if you call it the way the rule is written, that's unsporting conduct.
I think they rolled those back. Purcell. Good cut gap shot. Blocked by Jenks. Shan from left wing. Across the face of the center. Callahan. Blocked forward by Andy.
First ball over the half.
And 8:41 left.
All right. We've entered the 6th eighth. The out eighth is over.
That's why I let you know.
Yeah. This is going to be the ball over eighth.
Callahan, perfect cut gap shot. Just got on Mikey's foot. Was able to ricochet it towards Shan.
That's great.
Blocked by Purcell. Purcell from right wing.
So I was thinking the opposite of the unsporting conduct for the trash talk would be like rewarding the trash talk, right? Think like of a roast or something like that, almost like a comedy competition. If you only clean comments allowed.
If you're talking about insults and sports, then I have a great movie for you to see. It's called Basketball.
I've seen it. But
Sam throwing from center, out of bounds.
Maybe there's an award at the end of the tournament for most best burns.
Most times you make a referee laugh. Callahan, big cross-court bounce ball.
Those can really freeze that offside wing. So a good job over there. Not getting frozen and waiting for that to get to you and attacking it. So Jason from the bench there said too much Nathan. And Mikey and Andy both did not like that. They both took offense to that one. Not sure why.
The Philly guys are really sensitive. The Johns are sensitive guys. They look big and tough, and you know they can eat a lot of chicken wings.
And I've never seen a man eat so many chicken wings.
But they're really sweet.
Yeah,
you know,
down deep,
very sensitive.
Yeah,
guys.
That's that's fair. That's fair. So this is Andy with the ball?
Jefferson Palacios says in the chat, talking about best defensive player, I think it should be including all of the games and players in the tournament.
Yeah.
That is my opinion. It makes it fair for everyone.
That's
You
fair.
don't have to have a good team around you to be a good defender. Look
fair.
at Micah Parsons. And Callahan goes to throw this shot and throws it out of bounds almost immediately. I actually agree, Jefferson. This is the one small issue that we have is that we don't have defensive statistics. So we have to think of a different way.
And I think like if there was a standout player that really was just a head and shoulders above everybody else's performance, that would be something to talk about. But
Agreed.
I don't think we've really seen that in this tournament.
Yeah, I don't think that there is a defender on a team that isn't in the Final Four that is head and shoulders like better performance than these teams that are here in the Final Four, or players on these teams that are here in the Final Four.
It was a really nice quick return by Callahan.
6:26 left in this game. Purcell from right wing.
Was that untouched?
That was untouched, my friend.
In the corner.
In the cut gap.
In the cut. Okay.
Yep.
It was. I like the way that it.
Very deep. Definitely the center's ball.
It caught in the net. That after that third bounce, it was just kind of stuck up in the net for half a second. It was pretty cool sounding.
Nathan's offensive. What's the word that I'm looking for? Like addition to the Cobras has been massive in this tournament.
Oh, absolutely.
I can't wait to look at the numbers. I'd be curious to see how many goals he has.
Are we looking at 5-3 right now?
Yeah, we are.
And
we've entered the fourth quarter.
Okay, I was wondering.
Shan taking the ball back to the left.
I'm expecting a substitution on the Johns any moment. Although Andy did just request a timeout to his coach.
Three hopper saved at the goal line.
Great job.
When you know, you know.
So this is very much not a full 10. So we'll see how they handle it. This was a long hold. Honestly, there's probably only 4 seconds left on their 10.
All right. Andy throwing from center.
And I
it's
counted
Callahan's legs in the gap.
A little more than 3 seconds from the whistle to crossing half court. So he stayed within the limit that I had set for myself.
Three hopper from Callahan hits Capati. And now probably we have the three strongest throwers on the Johns out on the floor with Capati, Duran, and Jenks. So here comes the onslaught.
Yeah. And you're down by 2 in the fourth quarter.
Purcell from right. Three hopper.
Yeah, that was very far forward.
Andy kind of stormed off the court there to get behind the mat. Shan at the high ball line. Purcell throwing down the line. And man, when you're Shan, you had the right idea about bad execution because he ended up diving so far over the sideline that his knees were on the sideline. The rest of his body was out. And the ball was thrown basically down that line.
Yeah.
So
Definitely hearing lots of frustration from Andy right now. .449 remaining. Down 3.
Andy throwing from center, hits Richard in center. This is really awesome to see the Cobras like use their whole squad in this game successfully.
Wow.
And Callahan just aces that cut gap untouched.
It was a really nice ball.
I was talking to you before the game when we were walking around. And this was the outcome you expected.
Yes. Yes. More goals than I expected. A bigger differential than I expected. But I got to catch up with Richard. Had a good 10-minute conversation with him after their semifinal game. And, he was definitely feeling down. Definitely not happy with that loss. And I feel like the conversation with me, he got to kind of vent some of his feelings. And he seems like he's doing a little better now, especially since they're up.
Yeah, it always sucks when you lose and get hurt. Richard from center.
Some sort of a snafu there. I'm not sure what happened. Collision between Callahan and Richard, though.
Andy hands the ball off to Capati. Mikey's in center. Andy's playing left. Capati throws from right.
Officials going to talk about it.
I don't know that the ball actually landed in the court.
Yeah. Yep, and that's someone's asking the same question. Did it land in bounds?
Out.
Yeah, I think the ball landed out of bounds.
Correct. It did. Yep, the referee corrected the call and said out if you could not hear her. Andy throwing from left wing.
Which is good because in their semifinal, Richard was chosen to defend it in second penalty, and that kind of killed the momentum that they had going. So nice to not make him defend that as a high ball penalty right there.
Capati from right wing. Full cross. Blocked out by Nathan. Andy Chanks, 3:04 left on the clock. Johns basically need to score within the next couple of balls, I think, the rate that this is going.
We're in the 8th now. Definitely need a goal here very, very soon.
Callahan blasts one through Mikey's hands.
I was actually just going to say can't allow any either. And I think that's it.
The fourth quarter collapse that we see so often in goalball.
Absolutely.
Or as you like to say, the 7 8/8 collapse that we so often see
Honestly,
in goalball.
The collapse does happen in the 7th, 8th. It happens between 6 minutes left and 3 minutes left. Because once you get to that 3 minutes left, there's that, that feeling like, oh, we can do this. There's only 3 minutes left. But when you see the clock and it's like 5:30, you're like, shoot, man, that's so much time.
All right, taking Nathan out.
Oh, that's Nathan. Okay.
Putting Dylan in.
All right. And are we at 8-3 at this moment?
Yes.
I'd like to pat myself on the back for knowing the score. Maybe I should be injured more often. Still learning new things, learning how to remember the score in a goalball game. Been playing this game since '99 competitively, and this is a skill that I don't have. It's not. I can't keep track of the score.
Dylan starting with the ball on right wing. Yeah. Johnson needs a goal right here, or that's it. And I think that's basically it. 2:20 left now, down 5. Getting dropped into Jinx. So we can probably start talking about the next game.
Absolutely. Let this one run out. So, Rattlesnakes.
Defending their title, except last year when they won, Wellborn was their center.
That's
and
true.
He is playing against them now with the
Manticores.
Manticores, who traditionally play with Jordan in center,
Yep.
but won their first national championship in 2019 with Wellborn in center and Jordan on left wing. And that's how they won their game, their semifinal against the Cobras.
With Wellborn playing center.
Yes. So it'll be interesting to see what formation they come out in.
Yeah, it really will be. And these teams that are about to step on the court starting to get a little amped on the sideline there. I know a lot of these players, all 3 of the Manticore, are headed to Colorado Springs today and tomorrow for a week-long training camp. So there's maybe a feeling of wanting to be able to brag to their teammates that they're about to hang out with for a week, that they walked away with the gold here. So I feel like those 3 young men have the momentum, and that this is the Rattlesnakes uphill to climb. All right, so we're going to get a lot of stoppage here.
So if the Rattlesnakes beat these 3, maybe they should all be invited to the training camp too.
That would be great. Yeah. That would be great. So, talking to Jordan before the game, he was, this is just like practice. Jordan being from down here in Austin, playing against Gray, Zach Arambula, and Emma Lopez.
He's a
pretty
bit
regularly.
of a traitor.
Yeah. But not a recent traitor, right? 2019. It's not like these are old. Maybe these are old wounds. They're not new wounds. So, yeah.
Good body thrown from left wing out of the stoppage. Still can't get it much, and 1:49 left on the clock. What were you going to say, Chris?
Yeah, just maybe he was feeling a little unmotivated, just like, oh, this is just like practice.
Dylan gets one on Shannon Canton, right wing.
Oh, 6-goal game now. It's, I talked to both teams about having fun, and I think the team that's able to have fun, even if they're down, is definitely going to have a huge advantage in this next game. Having a good time is a huge part for all these guys. When you're having fun, you play better. So we'll see. The thing we have not seen a lot of today in these men's games is penalties.
Yeah.
The most we've seen is 3 in one game. The most committed by any team has been 2. So that's a huge change between yesterday and today. And, focus on the fundamentals of the game.
That's a really great point. Popped up, but out of bounds, and 30 seconds left. This is just ticking down.
Yeah. Just playing it out. from the Killer Cobras over here, King Cobras over here. Callahan will also be headed off to Colorado Springs for the national team training camp. So it'll be nice for him to be able to come and say, hey, we pulled out a medal, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. And,
nice to share that little bit of prize money with your teammates too.
Yeah, you know, go out to dinner or something at the airport if you're all leaving tonight.
Right. Then there's the final buzzer. King Cobras defeating the Johns 11-3.
Johns made the Final Four again for the second year in a row, but failed to come home with the medal this time.
Yeah, last time second. Yeah. Is that right?
That's right.
And this time fourth. Losing that last game.
All
I
right.
wonder how many minutes they're going to put here.
5 minutes, and then we're starting the gold medal game.
All right. Haha. Are we still mic'd on? So if I'm still mic'd up here, I can keep talking. Why not? Looks like we're going to have 5 minutes or so before the start, although I did just hear Josh requesting a little more time. John's gotta be a little sad right now. Came in today with high hopes and lost both their games, finishing in third. King Cobras definitely were feeling sad after their loss this morning, but you know, hopefully a little feeling of triumph here, walking away with bronze and some prize money. Both these two teams about to have some prize money, one more than the other, and certainly bragging rights. So both teams tend to get a little loud, get a little amped, maybe the Manicore a little more than the Rattlesnakes, but this has the potential to be a very loud goalball match, which I personally think is very fun. And so, yeah, we'll see. You know, we had David on the last two games. I know he is not reffing this one. I would imagine we'll have Linda step in. I wonder who will be reffing with Linda. I don't think I've heard Corey for a little while. Maybe it'll be a Linda-Corey matchup. That could be good. We'll see. So we've got players warming up their throws. You know, expecting to see Zach Arambula starting in the center. In the last game, Gray Pijaka and Yermo Lopez switched wings pretty much constantly, especially in the first half. Settled in a little more in the second half. Found out after the game that there was definitely a coordinated effort from the Johns to score on Will, and that did not happen. Did a pretty good job shutting down his part of the court. At the other side, you know, the big question is, will Josh Wellborn start in the center, or will it be Jordan Main beginning in that center position? Pretty confident that it'll be Zach Bueller starting on the right, though. And also have two individual awards riding on this game. There's an offensive player of the tournament and defensive player of the tournament. We've pretty certain that the offensive player statistics are being collected and tabulated so that they will be ready for presentation after this game. The defensive, we've a lot of conversation. It's still really open, but kind of expecting it to be either Jordan Main or Zach Arambula, probably whichever team wins, that player of that team gets that defensive player of the tournament award on the men's side. It's not something I was keeping track of on the women's side, so I don't have much to say there. Was just a call for eye shade, so expecting to start in 90 seconds.
I didn't have a single missed call from you, so I know you're full of shit.
It's from Jason the Tiger.
He called me once.
I called like you know what? Zach is on that list too. I called him.
You called this! You called this!
We are about to get underway here for this gold medal game. And we've got a thank you for the volunteers right now. A round of applause for all the volunteers for the tournament. And we do have Linda Wellbore officiating on the table side.
Jonathan Newman on the other side.
All right.
Oh. Texas is going to start with the ball. And Gray Pizziaca starts taking it to the left side.
And who is playing center?
Josh Wellborn will be starting in center.
All right.
Zach and Bueller. That was a ball that is pushed away by Zach Arambula. Will throwing from right wing. Stopped by Wellborn. Wellborn from back center. It's Will. Blocked out.
As expected, this game's a little loud.
Gray takes the ball from Will's wing back to his. Throws a fast one blocked by Wellborn. Bueller. Starting from his post.
Again, bringing the heat, throwing hard.
Arambula stopped that cut gap. Handed off to Pizziaca. Pizziaca.
He really does like that full cross court shot.
was Jordan. Texas wing switching. Will now on left wing throwing.
So same as in their semifinal today, using out of bounds balls to allow them to switch positions and throw from different places.
Bueller throws a short cross. Blocked by Gray.
So Gray has thrown the ball twice in this game, and both times out of bounds.
Wellborn. Throwing from slightly to the right of center into Will's corner, untouched.
Yeah.
1-0 Manacores.
Definitely a throw that can freeze you. You know, a ball that's moving out toward your post. You want to protect your center. You get stuck there and just don't make it.
Pejiaka throwing from left wing.
Keeps it in bounds.
It's Wellborn in the chest. Wellborn hands it off to Maine.
Rattlesnakes with the ball.
Will throwing from right wing. Will Lopez. Perfect gap to gap. Blocked by Jordan Maine. Jordan. Left-handed throwing right down the line. Blocked out by Will.
Okay. He's had a couple, one in and one out, right down that sideline.
Gray Pejiaka. Now throwing from right wing. Will going to left. Stopped by Wellborn. Wellborn throwing from the right side of center. Same shot he just scored on. Will stop it this time. Will from left wing. Blocked by Bueller, picked up by Wellborn, and the quick pitch off of Bueller's rebound, and he did catch Will out of position and hit him in his corner again.
So two kind of short shot clock throws, both Will's region.
And now high ball, Gray
By
Pejiaka.
a Gray Pejiaka high ball. So potentially going down 3-0 in the first eighth.
9:23. Pejiaka lining up at the high ball line. Wellborn with it, moving to the left. Wellborn throws from the sideline into the center, and gets past Pejiaka. All of a sudden, it's 3-0 in the first third. And there's been 1 goal per minute in this game.
Yeah, and Gray made a disgusted with himself noise on that penalty shot block there. Kind of a sound. And then immediately calls a timeout. So here we are. If they can reset themselves and dig deep and enjoy the moment, they can come back from this. This is not unsurmountable. There are a lot of minutes of goalball remaining.
And the thing is, too, the first 2 goals that scored on Will, those are really good shots.
Absolutely.
So it's tough because it doesn't even necessarily mean you're playing that bad.
No, definitely. Yeah, definitely does not.
There's Yaka going for the gap to gap.
And there's the first ball over. Probably would not have been a ball over if they weren't yelling so loud after the block, but they are having a good time. So I won't say that that's necessarily a bad thing.
There's Yaka with it, left post. Moving to center. Great shot at Jordan's corner. Blocked by Jordan Maine. Retrieved by Josh Wellborn. Wellborn thrown from center to the gap. Blocked by Arambula. Will Lopez. Zach Bueller from right wing.
Seems like Rattlesnakes are doing okay.
Yeah.
Not letting this deficit
Hard ball thrown by Piziaka, stopped by Wellborn.
Take him too far down a rabbit hole of sadness.
Wellborn throws a ball. Slowed down by Rambula, stopped by Lopez. Lopez going to take a shot from right wing. Two-hopper almost gets underneath. Wellborn, he's came right on top of it. Bueller with it now. Cut gap by the tiptoes of Piziaka.
You know, coming down on a ball that has the action of Will's last throw and pin it to the floor like that, that's a really, really great technique when you have to block it with an extremity.
Bueller from right wing, full cross court. Kind of dies. Will Lopez from right wing. Great two-hop bounce ball. Where did Jordan's toes come from? What a great block last second. Josh rips one, but Arambula stops it.
One ball over for each team.
I'm not going to say it because I don't want to curse him, so I'm rooting for him. But even though Bueller throws blocked out by Gray, even though Texas is down 3-0, Arambula is still giving up 0 goals.
Yeah.
It's keeping in the defensive player in mind.
I like that.
Jordan comes up with the ball after a little collaboration, defensive collaboration.
Aggressive defensive block. Tell this teammate it's coming at him. I liked it.
Yeah, boy.
Lost some eye shades here. Is that the call?
All right, we have an equipment check right now on Adipon, Maine.
Also want to point out, since you brought up Zach Arambula, that Jordan's had a couple of really nice blocks over here. So.
Josh Wellborn. Aiming for Will's corner again.
Yeah.
Will, a little bit more comfortable on right wing than left wing, though.
It seems like it.
Lopez from right wing.
Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy.
Ball stopped by Wellborn. Given to Jordan Maine. And blocked out by Will Lopez. Oh, and we just lost the clock and the scoreboard. Do you remember what the score? Oh, and here's it's back. We got the clock. 6:22. 3-0, I believe.
Yes, 3-0.
Josh Wellborn throwing out of center.
Good job, Will. Good job, baby.
Approaching the start of the second quarter now. Will Lopez. Good cut gap shot, but nice pushback. Jordan Maine. Throwing also a great cut gap angle. Really releasing right on the sideline.
That's great. And whether he did it on purpose or not, his throws before that were going down the sideline, so kind of sets up that cut gap as a scoreable moment. Sounds like Josh threw so hard his eye shades came off. Ball possessed by the Rattlesnakes, doing an eye shade check on Wellborn. Wellborn checking Wellborn. Wellborn on the table laughing.
Piziaka throwing. Hard ball. Blocked out by Bueller. I feel like Bueller hasn't been hit with a ball in forever.
It's been a minute.
Same with Gray, with the exception of that last shot. Bueller throwing now from right. Right down the line. Blocked out by Piziaka.
will they switch wings here?
Pizziaca throwing out of center. Bueller throws from right wing. That was a perfect cut gap shot, and honestly, I think Rambula came out of nowhere. I thought that one was going to score from this angle. Wellborn off the rebound.
Actually, seems like the Rattlesnakes are having a little more fun than the Manicore right now. Maybe a feeling of nothing to lose, down by 3, and the Manicores maybe feel a little more pressure with that 3-goal lead.
Bueller from right wing, full cross, blocked by Will Lopez. 4:30 to go. Lopez lining up on right wing. Throws a good cut gap. Gets through Wellborn's arms, but not quite. Jordan is still there. Both collapse on it. Jordan throws from the left. Blocked by Will. Lopez. Full cross. Stopped by Bueller. Backs up to the net. Starting from his post. Across the body of Arambula. He sticks it. Hands off to Gray. Pizziaca. Full cross. Blocked out by Jordan Main.
You know, this is really a comeback year for Zach Arambula. Last season was kind of... He was
and Wellborn throwing from Jordan Main's wing down the line on Will Lopez.
Yeah.
4-0 with 3 goals in Will's corner and 1 penalty on Pizziaca.
That's very true.
Lopez throwing from right. Full cross. Blocked by Bueller. And that is a perfect example of that goal that just scored. That's exactly the threat of having Wellborn play center.
Right. When he can come over and do that at any time.
Yep. And now...
Zach.
Yeah, now Zach Bueller, he got a cut gap shot off of
Pizziaca.
Pizziaca, yeah. Now 5-0 with 3:23 to go.
Well, that was some smoke right there.
That was some absolute smoke. That was across the face of Wellborn between Jordan and him. I'm not even really sure whose fault that one was.
It sounded like it hit the stanchion.
Wellborn. Paints Gray's corner to get it right back.
Wow.
6-1.
We're at a 3-in-a-row sequence here. Can we make it 4?
Would it be fair to give Wellborn both awards?
If he was the player who earned them, then
Just saying, he's playing defense very well in center in both the final and semifinal.
Not on me, Papa Bear.
As we're watching this, I am curious what everybody's thoughts are. Who played the best defense in the men's tournament? And who played the best defense in the women's tournament, for that matter? Pizziaca. Big 2-hop bounce ball. Knocked down by Wellborn. Wellborn. Back center. Blocked by Gray. Back to Wellborn. Finally saves it. Passes back to Jordan. Jordan Main from left. This one was picked up by Arambula. Handed off to Lopez. And a great reverse cut.
Yeah.
Good block out of bounds.
Absolutely. Just got enough on it to just push it out.
Pezjaka. Hard ball into the center.
Gray calling for an eye shade check.
All right, what?
So has the official taken the ball?
No, you don't take the ball anymore.
This is true.
1:39 to go in the half. 6-1. Jordan from left wing. I still am actually really impressed with Sakarambala's defense in this game. He's positioning himself perfectly when the ball is being thrown from the wing, and he isn't having to move too much after the throw.
Good observations.
He's going to take this shot now out of center.
And the Manicore have been, scoring in the corner. They're being forced to throw it out there. The middle of the court is not available. Rattlesnakes with the ball.
Wellborn. Back center, creeping to the right. Going for the corner again. High ball called this time. Mama Wellborn said,
Not
getting away with that one, son. Pezjaka throwing this one. Wellborn lands right on top of it.
Did he crush that ball?
Yes, he did. Dropped down right on top of it. Zach Bueller. Ball across Zach's face. Slowed it down into Will's chest. Too hot bounce ball. Blocked by Wellborn. Wellborn steps to the left. And finally gets one on a Rambula, gap to gap underneath his bottom arm.
Yeah. Very similar sounding ball to the one that was called high just a moment ago.
Pezjaka throwing from right wing, blocked out by Wellborn. Wellborn has scored like 5 goals, I think, in this final.
Yes. He is pretty solidly taking control of this game.
And I don't know how many he had in the semifinal because
missed out on some statistics there.
Well, no, we have the stats. Alex is reviewing the game right now because the stats said that number 2 scored like 5 times, but nobody wears that number. It was Jordan? Makes sense. Wow, Jordan scored like 5 times in their semifinal.
Yeah, that aligns with, I believe that. They're almost
2 seconds here.
Huh? Halftime it is. Are we looking 6-1?
7-1.
7-1. I missed that last gap-to-gap shot. Forgot that happened.
Last year, this was the final ended 2-3.
Wow.
Manicores came to play.
Goals allowed by the Rattlesnakes. 1 penalty shot against Pezjaka. 1 gap shot between Will and Arambula there. The rest all in the corners. And the 1 goal that the Rattlesnakes have scored. What happened on that one?
That was across the face of Josh, and the score between Josh and Jordan.
Yeah. Untouched. Maybe hit the stanchion. So definitely, a well played game. Lots of extremely well thrown balls. The Rattlesnakes have had a couple sequences where they've been reaching for some full cross courts that have gone out. But apart from that, the ball staying on the court. We've had one throwing penalty called against each team, one ball over for each team. It's a pretty solid game of goalball here. The scoreboard doesn't necessarily reflect how well some of these players are playing on the Rattlesnake side. But it maybe does reflect how hard Josh Wellborn is throwing the ball right now.
Yeah.
And how accurately as well. I mean, his throws that have scored have been right in the corner and right in the gap. So.
He just opens up angles for himself so well when in center because he has access to the ball at any time. So he can
From
very
anywhere.
easily take the ball from slightly left of center to slightly right of center. And then with a slight angled approach, bring himself to be where that stanchion is,
Right.
And now the ball side corners opened up in a huge way.
Absolutely. Isolating that player, that wing. So this 5-minute halftime, what are we seeing down there?
Everybody's on the court waiting to start to play.
Old habits.
Do you think this game will end in a mercy?
I would say 50-50.
50-50?
Yeah.
I was going to say I actually don't. I don't have the feel.
Okay.
But I've been wrong with my feelings.
I guess it depends how hard the Rattlesnakes are about to go at it. Because if they come out and just saying, well, we really need to punch some goals here, more often than not, that results in throwing penalties, which could result in this game ending in a mercy. On the other hand, if they stay patient, try to have fun, play solid defense, and try to throw scoreable throws, then that pressure mounts on the Manicore to keep playing so well. And that gives them a better chance of bringing the game back into a controllable place. My Shades called for 90 seconds till the final half of this tournament.
Another successful tournament overall. Unfortunately, an anticlimactic final. However, we had some pretty exciting games today in general. At least we went to shootout. The first game of the day. That was a good way to kick it off. And it was not really indicative of the results of the rest of the games.
Very close scores leading into the final quarter of every other game. Now, there were no blowouts going into the final quarter. Some of those games got a little out of hand toward the end, but a little larger gap. But, I think the biggest lead we've seen leading into a fourth quarter has been 3 goals. And here we're looking at 7-1, a 6-goal lead going into the second half. Rattlesnakes sound like they're, doing all right, staying relaxed, having a good time. Manicore being goofy.
Here we go.
Here we are. Will we have any position changes? I don't think so.
Bueller is going to take this from center. Back to right wing. It's Piziaka. Pizziaca moves to center. Blocked out.
Got some wet shoes for the Manicore.
Bueller from the wing. Good timing by Rambula to block that. Lopez throwing out of center. Hits Wellborn. Hands it off to Maine. Maine almost squeaks a cut gap between Lopez's feet. Lopez throwing a bounce ball back to center himself. A little delayed. Quick return.
I don't think the Rattlesnakes came out here with any Rambo mentality, so I think they do have a chance here. There's time.
Very close to being long there. Thrown by Bueller. Response from Lopez. Cross-court bounce. Handoff to Maine. Maine throwing from left wing. Brings it back across the body of Arambula, but he kicks it out of bounds to Pizziaca's side.
Floating two-hopper right there. That was nice. You got the Manicore with the ball. Dropped into Jordan's side.
Maine. Good cut cap angle. Blocked by Rambula. Handed off to Pizziaca. Pizziaca. Three hopper. Maine keeps it down in front of him. Handed off to Wellborn. Throws it out of center.
Not a lot of throws this game have gone to Zach Bueller's region of the court.
Pizziaca throwing from the left wing, cut gap. Now Bueller. Cut gap himself. Blocked by Zach.
Does Will come over on this one?
Nope. Pizziaca. He's going to move into center to throw. And tries at Jordan's corner, but Jordan with a nice angle.
Yeah.
And Jordan throwing from the end of the wing line. Cut gap. That time he finally got Will on the third hop on his foot. Man, that shot has been killing
that
guys.
left-handed cut gap shot, man.
He really has been hurting people with the third hop on that. Got Nathan a punch. Nathan was talking to me in the hallway. How do I defend that? What am I doing wrong?
I mean, you plan on defending that and make your dive to the sideline your desperation move.
8-1 Manicores. Okay, now Pizziaca's going to throw from that side. That was a very, very long ball.
So with that cut gap shot goal, and now Gray with this penalty, we're at 8-1 now, about to potentially be 9-1. Have not came out of the third quarter yet.
And this we were scheduled to end at 3, and it's 8 till. So.
All right, 9-1.
Wellborn got another one.
So two goals away from this game being done early.
Oh, so yesterday, some inside Goalball. Were you up here with me, Cusco, when we were wondering why Jordan was pointing and yelling?
No, I was not.
After they ended up mercying the Johns.
If I was up here,
yeah,
I didn't hear about it. I think maybe I as soon as that game ended, I scattered.
Well, for those of you who were listening, Jordan was in fact not pointing and screaming at the scorer's table like it appeared, which we were pretty sure that was the case. He was, in fact, yelling at some of the Texas guys who, how should we say, made him a bet that if he mercied the Johns on and through that last goal on that particular shot, then they would pay his entire tab for the rest of the night.
That's
He did.
amazing. That's amazing. Was that Jinx saying, "Hey guys, don't get mercied"? Yeah, that's what we're hearing right now. Jake's asking the Rattlesnakes not to get mercied. Not sure why.
Well, I think that him and Gray kind of jab at each other
Oh yeah.
as much as they possibly can.
Oh, that's fair.
To be fair, it's more Gray at Andy, so Andy getting a poke in right now. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know that there's anyone else that Gray likes to.
They just took the
poke
ball
at
from Gray
more.
and wiped it off.
Oh, interesting. That was a fun noise. Boom, boom, bam. Okay, so we are potentially 2 throws away from this game being over.
Yeah.
Have we made a decision about this defensive player? I mean,
Just tell me your straight up opinion. If you had a gun to your head right now, who would you say?
Zach Arambula.
Interesting. Usually the defensive weakness for the Manticores, some may argue.
After his season off, I think that he's come back with a different mentality in this game. Found a way he can really make a difference for his team. Shockingly, only the second or third ball over off of Josh Welborn in this game, and one of them only because they were just yelling so loudly he didn't even realize the ball was out front.
Bezjaka from left wing. Full cross court shot. Three hopper from Jordan Ray. Arambula comes over to get that. Now, Will Lopez from right wing. Full cross court shot there. Blocked out by Zach Bueller.
But going back to the defensive player of the tournament, I would not be upset if it went to Josh Welborn or Jordan Main. This is a pretty impressive showing right now, allowing 1 goal.
Yeah, they played pretty good defense in their semifinal, too.
A little bit of a long ball there.
Long ball Bueller.
Who really has not been much of a factor in this game until this moment.
Although he did score like the 4th goal that felt like it sort of broke the seal of.
Yeah, because it was 3-0 for so long. Pretty impressive.
Zach said out right
He did.
before Will started to throw.
He did.
And do you feel like that made Will throw the ball at him? So he didn't want to throw it not at him and throw it out?
I don't think so.
Full cross shot.
I think that Will's a mature enough player playing for long enough that probably didn't really do anything.
Gray. Gap to gap.
I feel like
Almost
that ball
the
was
4th quarter.
wet. The ball went down the court extremely quickly.
Bueller. On right.
In a little line.
Welborn gonna take this from Jordan's wing now. Down the line. Whoa, Will got it though. Will got a hand on it this time though.
That's pretty great right there. That's a great stop. Now the next time the ball gets dropped in over there, it's a great setup for Jordan throwing that cut gap.
Will taking it to center to throw. Good block by Bueller's legs. Bueller on the right wing. Hits Will. Will from left. Ripped that one. Well, one stopped it.
Wet ball, wet floor. It's ball's moving right now.
Well, one. Gap to gap. Pass to Piziaka. On right. It's Jordan. From left wing. Jordan on left. Will. Throwing from left.
Gray with a little trash talk there on that last throw, saying nice 6-hopper.
And we've broken the fourth quarter.
All right.
5:41.
Still 9-1. Mandagor's leading Rattlesnakes.
And Jordan trying to swat that ball super hard, traps it instead. Jordan throws that kind of gap shot. Stopped by Rambula.
Absolute rocket right there.
Wellborn throwing.
Sounded very high to me.
Very high.
Oh, yeah.
5 minutes. 9-1.
Not really much to say about this game.
No, not really. I mean, these guys are a great team.
Yeah.
They're playing their ass off. They maybe had like a sloppy game or like some sloppy halves.
Right.
But not that many this whole tournament. And they've just been kind of crushing.
Absolutely.
Especially today.
They definitely showed up today. And they handled the very long gap extremely well between their semifinal and final. They went out and got some food. They kind of chilled.
You know, and they were in the same pool as the Cobras and the Johns, if I'm not mistaken, right?
You're right.
Yes. And those are the third and fourth best teams. So
Right.
They really were tested against everybody.
They really were.
They beat the Cobras twice.
Right.
And the Cobras beat the Johns twice. Or once, actually.
Yeah.
They traded there. Yeah, Cobras were third and fourth. All right, Wellborn, gap to gap. Will just gets his feet around.
They traded. Yep. So Cobras lost the first time around and then won for that bronze.
Jordan throwing from left. Piziaka throwing that full cross quarter.
Josh is talking about you.
Yeah, I heard that. I wonder what he was saying. He said it was like Boyle was telling us, and then I didn't hear the rest.
Yep. That might have been the whole statement, actually.
Full cross court shot.
You know, I think a lot of people don't like goalball games like this that are kind of one-sided and one team just being very dominant. And I always enjoy a dominating performance, like a team really showing how well they can play together. It's great. I think it's a great goalball game.
Jordan really has, I think, come out and played defense on left wing, honestly, better than Wellborn usually does.
I agree.
That's pretty impressive because if you asked him, that would be his worst position. It's naturally a right wing before a left wing.
Okay.
So. And he gets
Posting in.
posted in his corner because I'm an you know what, and I want to curse the kid.
Their second goal, 2-9. That was entertaining.
Who else can I talk about how good at defense they are?
Next goal wins.
Yeah. They said next goal wins. It's funny. It's something people will do in practice sometimes. You know, you scrimmage for 20 minutes and then you want it to be competitive for the last little part. So you just say next goal wins no matter what the score is.
Well, that was a "We Want Chewy" call.
Bueller with it, taking it back to right wing.
For those of you who don't know, Chewy is the fourth player, the substitute on the Rattlesnakes team. Sounded like it hit Josh.
It sure did. Popped up right up Josh's feet. Sorry, I was stunned there for a moment because I was just thinking to myself, like, that was the next person I was going to say. Oh, Josh hits it right back on Will.
Was that one off Arambula?
No, off of Will.
Off of Will, okay. So I think...
I'll tell you this. We're not giving best defensive player to Will.
That's fair.
We love you, Will. It's an amazing tournament. And Wellborn with a quick pitch between Gray's feet. 11-3 all of a sudden.
Gray made a very amusing noise as that ball broke through his feet.
People are leaving the gym. I think lunch might be ready. They don't care about the rest of this. Why would you? That line was long last night.
Oh, for real? I came late.
Full cross-court shot. Blocked out by Will.
Will took it out. That's great.
I told you, I don't think this one in a mercy. Minute 45. 2 more goals.
Yeah.
Lopez. Jordan Main. 3-hopper. Hits Lopez in the chest.
We're just going to call out the time every stoppage. Jonathan addressing the crowd there, asking him to be quiet.
For just 1.5 more minutes.
Yeah.
Will throwing from center at Zach, blocked out.
Zach is still involved in this Goalball game.
Bueller. From right wing. Blocked out by Aram Bueller. We have a Zach Bueller and a Zach Aram Bueller.
His name ends in an A.
High ball on Gray. This is a way for it to end in a mercy.
Yeah.
Goals with the clock stopped.
Who's taking this one? What do you think?
Wellborn.
High ball on a high ball penalty.
Okay, what are we doing here? This game needs to end. I hate it when it gets sloppy and it's pointless. And then people are just like, oh, high ball and a high ball. And then next thing you know, he's going to throw a long ball here. And it's just like, if this was a practice, you'd be like, okay, this is just over.
Oh, yeah,
Just
that's
end
fair.
now.
That's fair. Josh's penalty shot defense in this tournament has been incredible. I'll give it that. I think I've seen 2 scored on him out of like 8.
Jordan Main throwing out the center, but kind of creeps to the left and almost gets it at the post. Biziaka. Under a minute now. Bueller from right. Good D by Rambuler.
The goal ball is gone. 46 seconds, 11-3. Manticore leading Rattlesnakes in the gold medal game. But potentially lunch has been served.
Zach Bueller on right wing. Handed off to Will Lopez from back center. Big long ball. See what I'm talking about, Cusco?
I understand what you're saying. Oh, they declined the penalty.
Yeah.
How do you feel about that?
I like it.
Okay. Keep it moving, right? Although if this ball scores.
I don't know if you caught that exchange between Josh and Jordan.
I did not.
Josh declined the penalty. Jordan's like, oh, I just wanted Python to feel it. Josh said, oh, he'll feel it. And he threw that ball off his post. Biziaka, 2-1.
Well, what do you think? Arambula? Wellborn? The Jordan surprise?
Man.
Thinking about it still. I can tell you.
I want to see who wins the best offensive player, too.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
Let's get all these numbers done. Thank you, everybody. I guess you'll never know who wins best offensive and defensive player until you see the post on Facebook in like 2 hours from now.
That's fair. It'll definitely be posted on Facebook.
Thank you for joining us through the ups and downs and various commenters. It's been another great year. Thank you, Tappy. Thank you, Rose, does this whole broadcast. Thank you, Kushu, for keeping me company. Thank you, Will. Thank you, volunteers. I don't know. Thank you, all the people they'll say thank you to at the banquet after this. And that's all.
And thank you, Matt Boyle, for commentating every single game except for maybe 2 in an entire goalball tournament.
And thanks, chat. You guys rule.